Good evening. I'm going to get ready to call the meeting to order. My name's Melissa Bynum. I'm at-large commissioner for District 1, serving as mayor pro tem for the evening. Mayor Tyrone Garner will be joining us very soon, but in his absence, I will serve as mayor pro tem. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely by Zoom, by telephone or on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that's observing knows who's speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants. It's also current guidance from our Kansas Attorney General. I will call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Roll call. Townsend, we have an absence memo. McKiernan.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kane.
Here.
Markley.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Bynum.
Here.
Burrows.
Here.
Garner.
Thank you. Tonight, our invocation is being given by Commissioner Harold Johnson, Faith Deliverance Church of God in Christ, and will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Tonight, we are mindful of the shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, that killed 19 children and 2 adults. This marks the 27th school shooting already in 2022. This is also 10 days after a shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, that took the lives of 10 persons. Let us take a moment of silence in remembrance of those whose lives were abruptly taken. Let us pray. God, our protector, we come to you tonight on behalf of all the citizens of Wyandotte County. I paraphrase the words of the psalmist in Psalm 91. We who live in the shelter of the Most High, who abide in the shadow of the Almighty, will say to the Lord, our refuge and our fortress, our God in whom we trust. For God will deliver us from the snare of the fowler and from the deadly pestilence. God will cover us with God's pinions, and under God's wings we will find refuge. God's faithfulness is a shield and a buckler. Protect our city, our county, O Lord. I pray this in the name of Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for providing our invocation. Clerk, are there revisions on tonight's agenda?
Yes, madam. We do have a blue sheet. There is a revised item on the regular consent agenda. Item number 1, approval use of reserve funds for tuberculosis outbreak response. There is a requesting approval of $100,000 instead of $400,000. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment recently amended the health department's existing tuberculosis grant with an additional $300,000. As a result, the health department is requesting to reduce their request from the reserve funds. Those are all the.
Thank you. Tonight, we have 2 distinct parts on our agenda. The planning and zoning portion is handled first, followed by a regular commission meeting. Tonight, I'll ask the clerk to read our statement that's required by state law governing our planning and zoning portion of our meeting, and then followed by that, the items on the planning and zoning consent agenda.
Good evening. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor CEO Tyrone Garner. Due to a prior commitment, Mayor Garner will be joining us while the meeting is in progress. Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1. Tonight, Commissioner Bynum will be serving as Mayor Pro Tem during Mayor Garner's absence. Commissioner Tom Burrows, at-large District 2. Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1. Commissioner Brian McKiernan, District 2. Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3. Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4. Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5. Commissioner Angela Markley, District 6. Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has 3 options. 1, it can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. 2, it can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. 3, it can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the Planning and Zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the Mayor Pro Tem will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda item to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand, and once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG Clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG Clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of those people here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone, please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is your time to raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The Mayor and Commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the Planning and Zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the Commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. On non-consent COZ 2021-048, proponents and opponents.
Are there any others? I need to disclose on non-consent. I've heard from opponents of item 1, COZ 2021-048, item 2, COZ 2022-001, and item C1, MPL 2022-001. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I have spoken with proponents and opponents of COZ 2021-048. Thank you.
Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you. On non-consent, proponents and opponents of COZ 2021-048, proponents and opponents of COZ 2022-001, proponents and opponents of SP 2022-046, and proponents and opponents of MPL 2022-001.
Thank you. And now, Madam Clerk, we can have you read the items on the Planning and Zoning consent agenda, please.
I will now read the items on the consent agenda. A, change of zone applications. COZ 2022-006, Vernon Hopkins. Change of zone from C1 Limited Business District to CP2 Planned General Business District to operate a sports bar and grill with event space at 2724 North 13th Street. Number 2, COZ 2022-007, Maricela Zamora, change of zone from C1 Limited Business District to CP3 Planned Commercial District for auto repair services at 4639 Parallel Parkway, recommended for approval. Number 3, COZ 2022-014, Regina Compernal, change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District for agricultural purposes at 4141 Joyce Drive, recommended for approval. 4, COZ 2022-016, Sam Loring with Gould Evans, change of zone from no zoning to CP2 Planned General Business District to construct the Rock Island Bridge Entertainment Venue at 0 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval. Special use permit applications. 1, SP 2022-007, Dean Michael with Sharon Lee Family Healthcare, Inc., special use permit for health clinic serving uninsured and underinsured people at 2002 South 51st Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. 2, SP 2022-018, Vernon Hopkins, special use permit to operate a sports bar and grill with event space at 2724 North 13th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. 3, SP 2022-021, Melissa Hare with Hare Hut LLC, home occupation special use permit to sell novelty toy and gift items at 2618 South 48th Terrace, recommended for approval for 2 years. 4, SP 2022-022, Maricela Zamora, special use permit for auto services at 4639 Parallel Parkway, recommended for approval for 2 years. 5, SP 2022-027, Emmanuel Igbenson, special use permit to operate used auto sales business at 5520 Inland Drive, recommended for denial. 6, SP 2022-035, Brett Epp with Hickory Union Motto, renewal of a special use permit for live entertainment at a community motorcycle garage at 10 South James Street, recommended for approval for 5 years. 7, SP 2022-038, Matt Brentano with Tanner's Bar and Grill, special use permit to continue live entertainment in conjunction with restaurant drinking establishment at 3900 Rainbow Boulevard, recommended for approval for 2 years. 8, SP 2022-039, Mo 2, special use permit to keep 40 chickens at 13024 Leavenworth Road, recommended for approval for 2 years. 9, SP 2022-040, Clifford Dale Jr. with Mason Jar Inc., renewal of a special use permit for live entertainment in conjunction with restaurant at 941 North 74th Drive, recommended for approval for 2 years. 10, SP 2022-042, Regina Campernal, renewal of a special use permit for the temporary use of land for You Pick Berries, host classes, apprentices, and a farm stand at 4141 Joyce Drive, recommended for approval for 2 years. 11, SP 2022-044, Sam Loring with Gould Evans, special use permit for an entertainment venue for the Rock Island Bridge at 0 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval. Vacation application, VAC 2022-002, Joe McLaughlin with BHC Roads, vacation of right-of-way at 205 North Orchard Street, recommended for approval. Plan review applications, PR 2022-015, Wendell Harkins, preliminary plan review for construction of a new entrance, truck scale, and stormwater facilities at 2140 South 88th Street, recommended for approval. PR 2022-019, Sam Loring with Gould Evans, preliminary and final plan review for an entertainment venue for the Rock Island Bridge at 0 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval. Miscellaneous, MPL 2022-010, Sam Loring with Gould Evans, master plan amendment from nothing to regional commercial, public, semi-public, and park open space at 0 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval. HD 2022-002. Jennifer Mills, President of Historic West Height. Historic District Designation for Historic West Height Manor, bounded by Wood Avenue and Everett Avenue on the north, North 18th Street on the east, State Avenue on the south, and North 22nd Street and North 25th Street on the west, listed on the National Register of Historic Places and the Register of Historic Kansas Places. Recommended for approval. Miscellaneous ordinances. An ordinance rezoning property at approximately 9500 State Avenue from AG Agricultural District to CP3 Planned Commercial District, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for an automotive dealership at 401 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit to keep horses at 5124 Sloan Avenue, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for heavy automotive truck repair and used auto sales at 452 South 26th Street, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a child care facility on the KCK-CC campus at 7250 State Avenue, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a liquor store convenience store at 901 Minnesota Avenue, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a sports bar drinking establishment at 403 North Fifth Street, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a short-term rental at 4309 Rainbow Boulevard, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for transitional housing for youth, young people at 3535 Wood Avenue, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit to keep a maximum of 25 fowl at 3030 South 63rd Street, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for heavy automotive truck service repair and mechanics at 700 Kindleberger Road, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for outdoor multi-use baseball softball field complex, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for an outdoor multi-field baseball softball complex and concession sales at 1501 North 90th Street, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for site grading for future parking and baseball fields for Home Field Training Center at 9020 State Avenue, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for an indoor and outdoor multi-use sports complex at 9020 State Avenue, recommended for approval. This represents all of the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Does any member of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on this consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission. I'll ask if anyone in attendance would like to set aside any of those items. And if so, please come forward, state your name and city for the record, and we will set that item aside. And I'll ask the clerk if anyone joining virtually has their hand raised to The Planning Commission recommended denial of this item by a vote of 4-2. And I'll have our Urban Planning Director, Gunnar Hand, make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Can everybody hear me okay? I seem to have trouble with this microphone. Just want to make sure before I get started. Instead of giving a presentation tonight, I just wanted to let everybody know that the applicant is here tonight to request that this project be remanded back down to the City Planning Commission. Staff's recommendation, if the Board of Commissioners decides to move forward with that remand, would be to do so in accordance with the redesign associated with the fact that this case did not receive its variance. Therefore, the project that's in your packet cannot be built without said variance. So they have a significant amount of redesign work to do. As we do that redesign, staff would recommend that they focus on some of the issues that were addressed at the Planning Commission, which is one of the reasons why they move forward with denial, namely said redesign, but specifically that it meet all of the Rosedale Master Plan design guidelines. There are design guidelines specific in the master plan as it relates to multifamily apartments adjacent to and abutting single family homes. And then secondly, staff would recommend that remand also include something specific related to addressing the sun shade study that was conducted by the applicant, which found that in the low winter sun, there would be shade cast across 46th Avenue on the single family homes right there at Francis and 46. And with that, that concludes staff's comments unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Well, we have a request from the applicant to send this back to planning and zoning for a redesign of the project. In addition, since it's an item on our agenda, we do still need to allow the applicant to speak if so desired and also have the public hearing. Our request is certainly that any member of the public here that would like to speak on the item is welcome to do that. We would just ask that tonight those comments be part of the request to return. And I have a commissioner waiting to speak. So Madam Administrator, would I have the public hearing portion and then turn to our commissioners? Okay, is the applicant here? Go ahead, sir.
Commissioners, Bob Johnson with the Polson Law Firm. Thank you very much for having us here tonight. I really don't have much to add to what Gunnar ran through here tonight. We are requesting a remand to the August Planning Commission meeting for time sufficient to address the considerations that Gunnar raised and that we heard at Planning Commission and BZA. Also in our 2 community meetings that we held, we also received substantial feedback. Did one redesign, but we obviously need to go back and do a second and a significant one at that. And so we anticipate going to the August Planning Commission with that redesigned plan and would request the remand to that date. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I will now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if we've had notifications received from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item.
We have received no comments in favor.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of the item? If so, come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will be given up to 3 minutes for your comments. And I will ask the clerk if there's anyone joining us virtually who would like to, anyone joining virtually who would like to speak in favor.
There is no one virtually.
Okay. And I'll ask the clerk if notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to the item.
We have received 6 notifications from individuals who wish to speak in opposition. I can read those comments if you prefer.
Please.
Our first one is from Valerie Fenton. This letter represents the concerns of my husband and I, residents of the neighborhood of Spring Valley, which will be immediately impacted by the proposed Woodside Village Rosedale development. This high-rise luxury apartment complex will also have consequences for the adjacent neighborhoods of Frank Rushton and Hanover Heights. On November 16, 2021, we joined a packed meeting room at the Westwood Police Department with many of the citizens and commissioners of Spring Valley, Frank Rushton, and Hanover Heights neighborhoods for the public information presentations of Tanner and White properties. We have attended all subsequent meetings regarding this development, either in person or via Zoom. Over the last 6 months, a large percentage of resident voters of Spring Valley, Frank Rushton, Hanover Heights, and even Strawberry Hill neighbors have made their voices heard to Tanner and White and all involved communities. We insisted that this proposed development is too large, too costly, and in direct opposition to the specifics of the Rosedale Master Plan. Yet our requests for modifications have been met with only glossy smiles and a few accurate details to address the needs of current as well as future Rosedale residents. After a careful review of the Rosedale Master Plan and the artist's rendering, we must conclude that this construction will present the following serious concerns. Height, RMP clearly stipulates that with even a 50-foot setback, there should be a maximum height of 1 floor above the adjacent structure. This proposal has been altered many times, but may include a total of 6 or 7 floors on Rainbow Boulevard and 4 or 5 floors on 46th Avenue. The sheer density of such a structure will dominate the character and flavor of Spring Valley, a highly desirable, quaint, and family-oriented neighborhood of single-family homes. Additionally, the developer admitted that the behemoth of a building will create a serious shadow issue for 3 months of winter to existing houses directly across 46th on both Francis and Eaton Streets. This in turn sets up a financial hardship for the existing neighborhood, specifically to residents who have invested in solar panels. Suggested solution, reduce the height of the West 46th Avenue side of the proposed development to no more than 3 floors to maintain the RMP intention. 2, width. RMP seeks to regulate the mass of new buildings, specifically as it relates to maintaining the integrity and livability of existing Rosedale neighborhoods. When asked at the public forum, the exact proportions of the proposal were not made available. However, the depictions provided indicate a significantly wider, longer, and taller structure than any building in the Spring Valley neighborhood. 3, sewer water management. When asked for specifics on studies regarding the infrastructure impact of 161 additional households on existing Rosedale sewer and water lines, the developer had no answers. The UG Public Works Department can attest to the hazards of the natural flow of water into Spring Valley from Tanner and White's existing developments affecting both 46th Avenue and Rainbow Boulevard. Suggested solution, assist on updated infrastructure studies to determine impacts and resolutions to Spring Valley neighborhood. 4, parking traffic noise abatements. The current width of 46th Avenue between Rainbow and State Line measures 20 to 22 feet. Recently, 46th Avenue was posted with no parking signs on both sides of the street for this reason. Tanner and White's proposal to add 4 feet and create 12 to 16 diagonal parking spaces was touted as eliminating the problem of on-street parking. When asked if the 12 diagonal parking slots would be reserved for occupants of street-level brownstone apartments, Tanner and White would not commit. Additionally, as those parkers on the south side of 46th Avenue back out of the diagonal parking spaces, they create even more hazards for the SFN residential garages driveways on the north side of 46th Avenue. 5, mixed income diversity housing. Per Tanner and White, the proposed Woodside Village Rosedale project will contain approximately 161 units, 60% of which are studio and 1-bedroom luxury apartments. There is no allowance for middle, much less lower income housing in this plan. And with the remaining 40% of occupancy being 2 or 3 bedroom units, there is likely no opportunity to provide housing for middle or low income families. I respectfully submit these comments as both a longtime homeowner of Spring Valley and a board of directors member of the Rosedale Development Association.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
before you read more of the comments, our legal counsel is agreeing with our suggestion that if we're only giving 3 minutes to those who have come in person, then we'll allow up to 3 minutes worth of written comment. Thank you. If you
Okay.
could have help timing 3 minutes, thanks.
We will time. Ready? Next comment is from Chris Steiniger. The 2 main problems are traffic and mass height. Traffic. Oppose any usage of 46th Street by the project. No parking, no dumpster. 46th Street is a narrow 22-foot wide and already is used as a commuter connector street with lots of cars passing through during rush hour and also dump trucks, cement trucks, and occasional semi trucks. The developer wants to add angle-in parking, which is the worst form as it's difficult to see when a car is coming. Developer wants a drop-off zone on 46, which means all the UPS FedEx trucks when using our neighborhood as their exit. Developer wants the main dumpster site for 171 apartments to be on 46th Street, which means the garbage dumpster truck comes several times a week with lots of noise. The dental office at 46 and Rainbow currently uses 46 for guest and employee parking. Woodside project, we use up all their parking. Developer has made no improvement to existing inadequate delivery, access, and employee parking. The Eaton Street Hill access to north side loading dock, gravel parking of Woodside Club must be closed. The new project must include access from Rainbow to backside of the club and also parking for employees of club and the retail tenants of existing development. The existing big driveway from Rainbow must be extended to backside of the club. Currently, some club employees use the gravel lot and the retail restaurant employees use the front area of 4601 Rainbow, but these will be lost with the new construction. Where will the employees now park? The Eaton Street Hill is notoriously steep and unusable in snow ice conditions. Owner needs access to backside of club and there is room for limited employee parking. Eaton Street Hill must be closed permanently. Summary, 46th Street is too small to handle increased parking, delivery trucks, etc. The neighborhood gathered signatures and prefers that 46th Street be closed permanently at Rainbow. Solution, all traffic using the new apartments must access from Rainbow using the existing big driveway, which aligns with 47th. This is to include delivery trucks, dumpster trucks. The existing big driveway is more than adequate to handle the traffic. No use of 46th Street at all for parkings, deliveries, dumpsters, etc., and no further access via Eaton Street. No apartment front doors on the 46th. 47th Place in Westwood can be widened to accommodate parking. 47th Place already is much wider than 46th and has double the amount width of right-of-way. And Blair and Tanner controls all the property along both sides of 47th Place. We suggest he increase parking on the Westwood side of the development. City of Westwood is currently considering to redo 47, so timing is appropriate. Mass height, it's too large. The existing Woodside Phase 1 is only 91 units and on a smaller parcel. Phase 2 at 173 units, stacked 6 or 7 4 stories, creates a canyon effect for the homes along 46. Our next comments are from Bill Siggins. The November 16th meeting with Spring Valley, it was stated 3 times by Mr. Blair Tanner he was driving all tenant money from this complex toward financially propping up his Woodside Racquetball Club as it was in dire straits. This was confirmed by Westwood City Council as why the second phase of Woodside Village was not constructed on 47th Street. Stage 2 required maintaining phase 1 at 90+% occupancy, sound financials, and building the south phase within 3 years of phase 1. If Tanner had, he would be given the 4.8 acres free and clear that's currently owned by Westwood. Westwood canceled Blair's contract for stage 2 as he failed to meet the set requirements, which also meant he did not qualify for the full 22,000 plus in TIF CID funds. Since they denied him those TIF CID funds, he partnered with Block to come begging the UG for those funds. This issue and Blair's comments about funneling money to prop up Woodside was questioned specifically by the Spring Valley Neighborhood Association president and others who asked why we should agree to his request to build. After his third admission and being questioned about the use of all funds to enhance Woodside projects, Tanner noticed UG Council member Christian Ramirez was in the room. Blair then rushed to walk back and cover up those comments. Blair would not answer why SVN should make all these concessions. The length exceeding master plan by 100 feet, height 3 stories over plan, parking hurting the dental business in the neighborhood, only to financially support Woodside, Westwood, and Johnson County. Blair was asked how he planned UG to provide in TIF CID funds. He got very upset and defensive. He knew he had already outed his intentions, at which point the UG council members stated this gave him major reservations. Again, this whole meeting was audio recorded and is available per request. The follow-up meeting held April 25th, 2022, confirmed he expected the UG to provide this project with both TIF CID funds to offset construction costs, yet refused to state an amount. Tanner did say we should feel happy to have 1,000 square foot, 2-bedroom units going for $2,400 in our neighborhood, as it would only benefit us. When questioned how it would be a benefit, as it would cause long-term residents on fixed incomes to be forced out, he simply moved on to another person who had their hand raised with a question. Conclusion, we cannot hand Blair Tanner TIF CID funding to build luxury apartments that go against the master plan and provide no benefit to the neighborhood nor unified government. This would simply be bilking taxpayers for the operator's already failed construction project in phase 2. The UG must look at how Westwood canceled their deal with Blair Tanner as a notice not to provide him any funds and block his project as he failed to meet master plan requirements, and the financial stability viability of the owner is in serious doubt. Our next comments are from Patricia King Stone. As a 33-year resident and proud property owner of an 83-year-old single-family home, I respectfully oppose the request for zoning change COZ 2021-048 at 4601 Rainbow Boulevard, which will face my property. This project is too large in scope for the Frank Rushton and Spring Valley neighborhoods of Rosedale. The 7-story structure would completely eliminate the much-needed morning sunlight to our home for more than 10 months of the year. The increase in traffic and congestion on Rainbow Boulevard and 47th Street will negatively affect the flow and efficiency of commuters, buses, and emergency services to the neighborhood, KU Medical Center, and its surrounding clinics. The additional congestion of trucks and other commercial vehicles will negatively affect the quality of life and safety of our children, exercise walkers, bicyclists, and dog walkers. This large project isn't a good fit for our neighborhood, and I ask you to deny the request. Our next comments are from Robert Stone. I have loved living in my home since 1985, and I am in opposition to the proposal. It is too dense and far too tall. Its 7-story height would block sunrises on our property for all but a couple of weeks in the spring. The added traffic caused by 164 more apartment units will seriously add to the already congested intersection of 47th Avenue and Rainbow. The north side of the development abuts West 46th Avenue, which is one of the narrowest streets in the area. There already is no room for public parking on West 46th. This project needs to be scaled back in size and height and narrowed to allow for normal traffic and public parking on 46th. Again, I am opposed to this project as it currently is proposed. Our final comments are from Natalie Fox. After attending the meetings with Woodside and the developer, I find 2 main areas completely objectionable. First, use of 46th Street and Eaton Street Hill. We, the neighborhood, have consistently expressed our opposition to the use of 46th Street as well as Eaton Street for use by this project. The most current iteration of this project plan, which I oppose, dumpster trash pickup for the entire 171 apartments on 46th Street. This means the garbage truck will come several times a week with a lot of noise, possibly early in the morning, several times a week to pick up trash. Drop-off zone for deliveries to this apartment complex. This means FedEx, UPS, etc. trucks will be using 46th Street multiple times a day to drop off and pick up packages using our neighborhood to enter and exit for apartments. Angle-in parking for residents and overflow from workers, patrons, etc. This is terrible parking and dangerous in terms of being able to see. The road is currently not very wide, and this increases traffic and hazards. This is borne out by my experiences with the angle in parking at Woodside Village on a much wider road. It is very hard to see to back out. I often have my passengers stand outside the vehicle and help me back out because of the sight lines. In addition, vehicles that are too large, pickup trucks and large SUVs, consistently park at the angle in parking and their rear ends stick out into the road. This causes drivers to have to veer into the oncoming traffic lanes to get around them. The road is much wider than 46th, and it is a problem there. There is not enough parking slotted for this project, its tenants, employees, and visitors to Woodside Village. For example, the employees at Woodside Tennis and Racket currently park in the gravel lot at the top of the Eaton Street Hill, which will no longer be available once construction starts. Already these workers park in our neighborhood, and when they are unable to ascend the Eaton Street Hill to park during inclement weather. Where will they park once construction starts? Second, the mass and height of the structure will cause several houses in our neighborhood to be in a permanent shadow in the winter months. There is no need to create this in our neighborhood when the solution is to scale the building back to a reasonable size, much like the original apartments, 91 units as opposed to the proposed 171. Blair Tanner has the ability to build a bigger, more massive building on property he owns to the south of the current Woodside Village. Our time has expired. Those are all the comments we have received.
Thank you, Clerk. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to the item? If so, please come to the podium, state your name and city of residence for the record, and you will be given 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I was Gilbert Pintar, Hanover Heights, 4178 Cambridge. I was wondering if the clerk could read the statement from the applicant in terms of the request to remand. I didn't quite catch that it's to permit adjustments to their plan and compliance with the city master plan.
Mr. Hand, could you address that for us?
Yes, Madam Pro Tem, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Staff recommended that the remand be directed to focus on a redesign that would meet all the Rosedale area master plan design guidelines, as well as address the sunshade issue for the low winter sun.
In that case, I really need to kind of summarize where we're at tonight, because what you have before you is a rezoning application from commercial and R1B to without a companion plan. The plan that was submitted to the staff and that you have copies of does not comply. And without an understanding with the applicant that even though the staff is recommending or supporting the project, we've pointed out things that in their plan, they would have to adjust to comply with the master plan, including, and I want this really clear to the applicant and to you all, if you do remand it, in that the master plan calls for a maximum of 4 stories along 46th Street. That's not the case with their present submittal. So they're going to have to do substantial changes. And I don't think a remand of whether it's 2 or 3 weeks
1 minute remaining.
to change the plan is enough time to do that. And I would encourage this board to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission. They recommended denial. You should deny the rezoning that protects the neighborhood in R1. The neighborhood's protected in R1 if you don't change it, and wait for a companion plan, a new plan that comes up and complies with the intent of the master plan. Because all of the things that you heard tonight being read states why it does not comply with the master plan. It's very clear. And if they don't intend to comply with the master plan, then I don't see how they can do it in 2
Your
or 3
time has
weeks.
expired.
Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Come to the microphone. Name and city for the record, and you will be given up to 3 minutes.
Chris Steininger, 4529 Francis Street. Good evening, commissioners. I'm in opposition to this apartment project as it's been proposed thus far. You had my remarks read in already, but I would just like to speak personally since I shaved and showered and came in to see you guys. Woodside Phase 1 is actually a very nice property. I'm actually a member of the Woodside Club. It's clean. It's very nicely done. It's a good property. I would like to see these owners someday somehow build a project in our community. We need upscale, nice apartments. But this project is too darn big. 5 or 6 stories at the top of a hill, which casts shades in the neighborhood. It's too many units, 170. The number seems to float whether it's 160 or 170 units, but it's too many. It's too many apartments on that size of a property, and it dumps too much traffic onto little 46th Street, which is only 20 feet wide. Commissioners, I was here about a month ago. I spoke in favor of the apartment building at 5th and Central. That building is 129 units, much smaller, and it's at the bottom of a hill. So it doesn't really shade the neighborhood at 5th and Central. So I personally think that the developers can find a way. They've said thus far they can only build this thing if they've got 160 or 170 units. Honestly, I just think it's a bluff. One thing I learned in Topeka, there's a lot of lobbyists that wanted stuff from the legislators, and they always ask for this much, but they usually settle for a lot less. It reminds me of a line from a Rolling Stones song: you can't always get what you want, but sometimes you find what you need. What the neighborhood needs and what the developer needs is a smaller project, maybe 3 stories tall, maybe 90, 100, 120 units, something like that. It can be done. They just have to agree and compromise with the neighborhood. So that's my comments, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other people here? Come to the microphone, name and city for the record, and up to 3 minutes, please.
Kelly White, Kansas City, Kansas. I am going to deviate from what I had planned to say based on the fact that they want to go back and change this, but there are a few points I would like to make on behalf of the neighborhood. I would like to begin by saying that, to my knowledge, no one is opposed to development on Rainbow Boulevard. However, any development along Rainbow must fit in with the adjacent residential neighborhoods and comply with the master plan guidelines and the overall city zoning code. This is what the neighborhood has consistently communicated to the developers from the very first meeting, and their answer has consistently been they have to build to this size to provide luxury amenities. When reviewing the packet for tonight's meeting, I noticed a discrepancy of the November 16, 2021 meeting minutes that was provided to staff, and I think it's worth mentioning tonight. The minutes read that they were asked if they will request incentives, and the answer was they hadn't decided. That is not accurate, and I know this because I posed the question. Bob Johnson was quite clear that they are planning to request them. They just did not know yet which incentives. I also specifically asked why they do not build the apartments next to their club where they already have space, and their answer was that phase of apartments is tied to the club project and the club is still recovering financially. As of last Friday, Tanner and White Properties had 13 obviously scripted letters of support submitted for your review, and only 5 of those letters came from the people that live in our neighborhood. The remaining 8 letters, I presume, are letters of support submitted at the influence of an assumed wealthy developer. However, I can confirm that more than 20% of the residents that live within 200 feet of this project are opposed to this. And I know this because I presented, along with Chris Deininger, a protest petition. And the residents were able to speak to us when we signed it, and they had no hesitation in signing it. Many of the letters of support were statements that made of the need for first-class luxury apartments in Kansas City. If that is in fact true, I would think Woodside would have no
remaining.
problem. I'm sorry, what? Thank you. If that is in fact the case, I would assume that Woodside would have no problem attaining funding to build the large scale luxury complex next to their club and then build one that's more scaled to our neighborhood. My opposition to Woodside, and I know the opposition to many of the people in our neighborhood, is not about the past. It's about preserving our neighborhood and keeping it affordable. That's what has made our neighborhood diverse, is the fact that it's been affordable, and this project will prevent that. And I ask that, I don't know if it matters, but we vote no to Woodside. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone virtual that would like to speak in opposition to the item.
Commissioner, we have 2 online. We have Moto D and then Pat and Bob Stone.
I'm going to ask our administrator. We had written remarks from Pat and Bob Stone. Do we allow them to also now appear in opposition? Okay. Okay,
We have
please
4 more.
proceed. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Just one moment. Okay, very good. Okay, we can go ahead with our first virtual speaker in opposition.
Mr. D, you're allowed to speak. Would you unmute, please? Mr. D seems to be having technical difficulties. We'll move to the next speaker. We have Bob and Pat Stone.
Yes, hello. This is Patricia Kingstone. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate you mentioning, reading the letter that was submitted. My only additional comment was that I also signed the petition, the protest petition that was submitted. I signed that when it was brought around to our neighborhood as another example of I am in opposition to this very large project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Becky Polson. Ms.
Hello,
Polson?
can you hear me?
You can, go ahead.
Hi, this is Becky or Rebecca Polson. I live at 4418 Francis in Spring Valley neighborhood. And in addition to the comments already made about not being in compliance with the master plan, specifically the mixed urban use, allowing a max of 4 stories when that affects, that's what that is in the master plan along 46th Street. I don't think the project adequately addresses the traffic impact, not only on 46th Street, but throughout the neighborhood of Spring Valley, as cars will go all over the neighborhood. They did try to address by widening the street and putting in parking spaces along the part where the project would be built along 46th. But I think it's going to require a much more extensive traffic study to see the impact in the neighborhood and along Rainbow as this many more people begin living in that area. And that is my additional comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Wagner. Ms. Wagner?
Hello. My name is Sarah Wagner with Rosedale Development Association, and we agree with the remand and look forward to a redesign that follows the master plan guidelines, especially on height transition guidelines, and also hope that any new project will honor the overall housing goal set out in the master plan, which is to protect historic and single-family neighborhoods with strong home ownership, just like Spring Valley, while increasing housing options and density. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jill.
My name is Jill Polson. I'm at 4446 Francis. I am completely against the project, and mainly for what Gil said. I don't see any reason to approve this until they have a plan in place. It seems like it makes the neighborhood amazingly vulnerable to anything that they might propose later. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sherry Wilson. Ms. Wilson?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I agree with the previous speaker about approving this or sending it back to planning with real plan in place. I am concerned about the zoning issue because I agree it kind of leaves things somewhat open in terms of what they could bring back. And in addition to that, and I will just say that I live at 4529 Francis Street in KCK, directly across the street from the proposed development. And I totally oppose the current rendition for basically all of the reasons that other speakers have said. And I have also given my comments to the commissioners in writing via email last week. So I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brandon Cooper. Mr. Cooper?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Brandon Cooper and I'm resident at 4526 Francis. I've been resident here for 37 years, and my property would be directly across the street from the development, where my garage would sit, where would be the dumpster area and the delivery area, which would be certainly an invasion of my own personal privacy. I think that the development as it stands now would be incredibly impactful to not only my privacy, but just the livability of my house at this point in time. I agree with all the other points that were made. I was one of the original signers to the petition that was presented to the chamber. And the overall development, I'm concerned that if it went back to planning, it would just be another plan that would interfere with the serenity of our neighborhood as it stands now. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Those are all the hands we have raised online.
Thank you very much. I will now close our public hearing and ask if the petitioner has any closing remarks. Thank you. Do any members of our commission have questions or comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you. I see all my colleagues looking straight at me. Well, first, I do want to thank Bob and Blair from the very first rendition that was presented to what is currently in our packets. You did listen the first time, and I am appreciative of that, of what you did your best. From what I've heard from the Planning Commission, staff, and the community, there needs to be more conversation, more compromise. I understand, Gilbert, I understand where you want us to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and some community members are afraid of leaving the door open. But I'm going to make a motion to remand, but with the specific instructions that Gunnar gave. Because that will set the stage that they have to follow the master plan. They have to follow the recommendations and conditions that the staff provide and the conditions that the Planning Commission themselves provide as well. So this isn't going to leave, it's not going to be an open door where they can do what they want. They'll have specific instructions and a roadmap to get there. So with that, I'm going to try to do my best, Gunnar. I make a motion to remand so that to follow the conditions given by staff and the City Planning Commission. Does that suffice, Misty?
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel, I think your motion would suffice. The only thing I would ask, Gunnar, is if you feel like that's captured the recommendations that you listed further when you begin this conversation.
You want me to listen again?
I think that would be great for clarity on the
Sure.
commission.
Of course. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, as mentioned previously, we're seeking the remand focus on a redesign of the project to meet all the Rosedale area master plan design guidelines and specifically address the sunshade issue related to casting shadows across 46th Avenue based on the height of the structure.
I make that motion to remand.
Davis, second.
Thank you. I do have a question before we vote. I thought I heard a date in your earlier comments of August.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I believe the applicant requested this be remanded back to the August meeting. They need a sufficient time to do the redesign. I think that's
okay.
Appropriate.
Commissioner Ramirez, is that congruent
Yes.
with your motion? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We have a Chief Counsel, Misty Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would just ask that our second, if they're also in agreement with the amendment of the motion.
Yes. I
Thank
am.
you. Okay, thank you so much. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Roll call. McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The motion is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Our mayor has arrived. I will take my place and we will turn this over to Mayor Garner.
Well, greetings and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Bynum, for filling in for me. So we're going to start right into our next item. We have item A2 COZ 2022-001 and C1 MPI 2022-001. Tim Cates with Remco Demolition LLC seeking a change of zone from CP3 Planned Commercial District to MP2 Planned General Industrial District for contractor staging area and heavy equipment storage, and a master plan amendment from planned commercial to industrial at 14140 State Avenue. The Planning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 6-1. I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, in lieu of a presentation tonight, I'm going to defer to the applicant, who I believe is here to request a further extension. We have been in communication with them related to the traffic study that was requested. They're seeking additional bids for said study, and we're going to request some additional time. So I defer to the applicant.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present his application.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see him online.
Okay,
I thought they would
it
be
sounds
here.
like he deferred, so. I'll now open a public hearing. I ask the clerk if there's any received notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. You will be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and address for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
There are no hands raised.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition of this item? If so, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Okay. Is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition to this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and address for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments.
There are no hands raised.
I will now close the public hearing. Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments? I don't.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we gave ample notification that the applicant needed to be here to make that request themselves. This would be the third time they've showed up or been a no-show to ask for their own request. I never received an official request in writing. Staff recommends denial due to unresponsive applicant.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to deny application.
Johnson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'm sorry.
Mayor, may I ask for the mover to state the specifics of the reason for the denial?
What are the, can you, sorry, Gunnar, can you restate the reasons?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I'd state staff's recommendation for denial is based on the unresponsiveness. We had supported this application through Planning Commission. Planning Commission and the public had some issues, even though it ended up moving forward to the Board of Commissioners, specifically related to the traffic impact, as well as the simple fact that this is a change of zone and master plan amendment in a location they don't think it is appropriate to master plan zone to industrial. So I think you can deny it just based on the fact you don't think it's appropriate to change the zone or the land use category at this location. But I defer to you.
Thank you, Gunnar. From our administrator, I Move to deny due to insufficient evidence to traffic.
Second.
Okay, and just for clarity, from our council, I believe that's for the motion A2, change of zone application C0Z 2022-001. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Abstain.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The motion is 8-0. The motion carries.
I'll now entertain a motion for C1 MPL 2022-001.
Motion to deny due to insufficient evidence for traffic.
Johnson second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Abstain.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion is 8-0. It carries.
Okay, B1 SB 2022-046, Blake Lostel. Our next item is under special use permit application, SP 2022-046. Again, Blake Lostel, I'm sorry, for live entertainment in conjunction with an existing drinking establishment at 322 North 6th Street. The Planning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 4-1. I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case is again a special use permit for live entertainment in an existing drinking establishment. To be clear, this is not an SUP for the drinking establishment itself. That is a legal non-conforming use at this location. This is in the central area master plan in the Strawberry Hill neighborhood. We've received multiple letters of support, primarily patrons to the drinking establishment. We did receive one letter in opposition. There are some old notices of violation related on this property, but they were cleaned up during a previous rehab of the property a few years ago. The conditions of approval germane to this application, or of note specifically to this application, we're asking that all live entertainment cease at 1 a.m. We're also asking that all ambient music or amplified sound be eliminated from the rear back patio for the entire operation, hours of operation of that business. With that, we have other standard conditions related to security and other things typical for live entertainment, such as illumination. Staff recommends approval for 2 years.
Thank you. I ask the applicant or representative to present the application, and please state your name for the record. Okay. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if any notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item. Clerk.
We've received no comments.
Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of the item? If so, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. You'll be given up 3 minutes to make your comments. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once you acknowledge, you may state your name and address for the record. You'll be given up 3 minutes to make your comments.
There are no hands raised.
Okay. I'll ask the clerk if there's any notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition of this item.
No comments were received.
Again, is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition of this item? If so, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments. Okay, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments, and please state your name and address for the record.
There are no hands raised.
I will close the public hearing. Would the petitioner like to make any comments if present? Okay, do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in a little bit of a quandary right here. I'm very disappointed that the applicant isn't here to present this application. But I have to say that it would appear to me that with all of the stipulations placed on this application at Planning Commission that those stipulations, if abided by, would address the concerns raised about this special use permit. And so I'm very conflicted. I see that there are other commissioners that wish to speak. I will just say that right now, to my eye, it appears that the stipulations included in the Planning Commission report would address the potential concerns that I have heard. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Gunnar, do we know if there will be a building inspection completed or assigned to that facility once it's ready to open, an occupancy license?
It's, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. It's already open and in business.
It's already open?
Yeah, it's been open for.
The question I have is the lighting on the back of the facility.
Sorry, Gunnar Hand,
We
Director of Planning and Urban
talked
Design.
about outside patios. We want to make sure that we put guidelines on light on where they shine into properties. We want to ensure that that's not occurring at this property.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. That's a good point. This property did a rehab sort of back to the Easy Inn. If you remember the original Easy Inn, the Colonial Club, and now Easy Inn again. About 2 years ago, they did receive building permits for that activity, including the back patio. We did not add a standard condition that we do on other projects related to downward lighting. If you wanted to add that by motion and then vote on it for a supermajority, we could do that and make that in. I mean, it's enforceable no matter what, but I think it's good. It's good coverage. So I think we'd be amenable to that. I'd also note for the record that Mr. Lostel is now online and you can ask him questions if you want.
Well, thank you. And I agree with Commissioner McKiernan in reference to if they're going to commit to the requirements, then it gives me a higher comfort level. But I too have had some concerns from the residents around there in reference to the noise going past hours and things like that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, the applicant has now raised his hand online.
Council, can you approach real quick? Unfortunately, we have closed that opportunity, and we are now in the part of this procedure for comments and questions by our commissioners. And so Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you, Mayor. And to Commissioner Burrow's point, item number 7, stipulation number 7 in the planning report says that any illumination that results from an entertainment event shall not be seen or otherwise impact adjacent residential uses. If I were going to make a motion to approve this, I would stipulate that condition number 7 say that any outdoor illumination shall not be seen or otherwise impact adjacent residential uses. So that would be my suggestion for an amendment to stipulation number 7 that would cover all outdoor illumination and its impact on residents.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. If I may, we do have a standard condition specifically related to downward lighting of outdoor lights. The one that you're referring to, number 7, is specifically, you know, like you got a band playing, right? And they have lights or whatever.
Oh, so you're saying that number 11, all exterior lighting must be hooded or controlled, and that stipulation 11 would cover this condition?
Correct. And I apologize, I didn't realize we did have it in there, so we did.
All right. So then in that case, I am okay with 7 for entertainment and 11 for general lighting.
Yep, correct. Sorry about the confusion.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
That addressed my question. Indirect lighting was correct.
Thank you. Commissioner McCarron.
Ping pong ball back to me. I am confident, having talked to Mr. Lostel, that he will endeavor to be a good neighbor to all those who are around him at this location. And so with that, what I would do is move to approve as submitted with the stipulations that we have noted and discussed.
Markley, second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I do have one question, Mr. Hand. We talked about lighting and illumination. What about noise? How would that impact the surrounding neighborhoods, residents, in your opinion, as far as that potential noise pollution? Or is that even a point of consideration?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. It's absolutely a point of consideration for these types of uses, specifically ones like this that are adjacent to residential neighborhoods. There's a condition in the approval to keep all doors closed during event hours, during live entertainment. So that's one. And then secondly, it's not explicitly in our conditions, but it is implied in the code and ordinance that all properties have to meet the noise ordinance, which is, at your property line. That one's hard to enforce, I might add, though, because that's enforced by the police department.
Were there, do you know if the petitioner met with any of the local residents or the representing neighborhood group?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I do not believe he met with the neighborhood group, although he is an active member of the neighborhood. He owns several businesses in Strawberry Hill and properties, and he's moving there right now, I believe. So,
okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The motion is 9-0.
Thank you. The next item we have the 2022 CRS Community Certification Report. I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a for information only item. Every year, the Federal Emergency Management Agency requires the unified government to provide an annual report related to the community rating system. This is the part of the notification requirements. We've gone through the rigmarole with FEMA and their consultants related to this. We provided all the information which was included in your packet. The summary document, there's a lot of appendices underneath that summary document that was not included in your packet. Happy to provide that if anybody wants to get into the details of it. But again, as per FEMA requirements for notification, we have to put this on the agenda. So it's noticed and you hear it, we talk about it. If there's any questions explicitly. So we're also now posting these on our website online, our annual reports. So we're trying to go above and beyond. But again, specifically the CRS, the community rating system, is basically what through our mitigation efforts allows us to have a reduced flood insurance across the unified government. Happy to take any questions.
Do any of the members of the commission have questions or comments? Okay. Seeing that, I'll entertain a motion for approval. I'm sorry. Let me scratch that. Information only. So the next item is E1 Complete Streets Ordinance Annual Report. Our next item is presentation regarding that ordinance in reference to the annual report. I'll ask staff to make the opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. In 2020, the Board of Commissioners adopted the Complete Streets Ordinance. In that ordinance, it required a couple of things. One, that a lot of the projects and work that happen through the Public Works Department and other agencies, planning included, run all complete streets related policies and projects through the Public Health's Infrastructure Action Team. The second thing that it required, among other things, but of note tonight, is that it required us to do an annual report. For a bunch of different reasons, we didn't get that first annual report done because we were doing our homework. So 1 year late, but 2 years online. And for Bike Walk Month, we have Blake Hensley, who runs the IAT, the Infrastructure Action Team with Public Health, who will take us through the annual report and the presentation thereof. So I will defer to Mr. Hensley. Take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Blake Hensley with the Public Health Department. And as Gunnar mentioned, I help coordinate our Infrastructure Action Team, which is a team supported by the Public Health Department to improve the built environment, to improve the health and wellness of our residents. And also, as was mentioned, Complete Streets was a very big part of that. So, all right. And so the Infrastructure Action Team is a community coalition made up of internal UG departments, such as urban planning, public works, also parks and rec. And we also have community organizations that also advocate for that redesigning and better utilizing Wyandotte County's environmental infrastructure to provide healthy and active living opportunities. So I want to start out with the definition of the built environment. So it's the physical parts of where we live and work, like our homes, buildings, streets, even open spaces. And how the built environment of a community is designed, operated, and maintained influences a person's level of physical activity. And we'll talk about that later in the presentation, some of the effects that it has on health, both on factors and outcomes, some other things. So what exactly are complete streets? So we broke it down into these 4 categories. So safe, prioritizing safety for all of the users. Flexible, accommodating context and community values. Being inclusive, again, coming back to that idea of all users, no matter their ability, age, or whatever they're using to get around our community. And then equitable, reduce household costs by expanding transportation options, specifically active transportation options to connect people to everyday destinations. So some benefits. So some very general benefits would be addressing chronic disease, increasing rates of physical activity, improving community safety, reducing exposure to emissions and air pollution by providing those other active transportation options, and reducing hopefully like vehicle trips and things like that. And then also preventing motor vehicle related injuries and fatalities. So metrics and current conditions. So based on our team, we came up with all of these to include in this initial report to you all. And we'll walk through some of these, and then also the report was in the packet that was sent to you as well. So at the beginning, we want to talk about equity. So the definition of equity that we're using for this report is equity is the absence of unfair, avoidable, or remediable differences among groups of people, whether those groups are defined socially, economically, demographically, geographically, or by other dimensions of inequality like sex, gender, ethnicity, disability, or sexual orientation. So social vulnerability. So I want you all to kind of take a look at this map and keep in mind the places that are darker blue. We'll come back to this kind of throughout the presentation. So social vulnerability refers to the potential adverse effects of communities caused by external stresses on human health. And this is a metric that's come up with by the CDC. And here are the factors that create that map for you. All right, and then now we're going to talk about current conditions of our current built infrastructure. So our roads are very good at getting vehicles around. We know that only 4% of our roadways have a vehicle ratio of 0.8, at least 1 hour per day. So this is a very, very low number, and all the green on the map really shows that vehicles are able to move without congestion. And then, so we want to talk about transit as well. So in addition to providing those active transportation options like biking or just being able to walk somewhere, we also need to be able to use public transit effectively. So in Wyandotte County, our service is generally characterized by coverage. We have a lot of miles, but we do not have a lot of frequency, which we'll kind of show on the next slide. And this map shows that we have limited access, or it does show jobs within 30 minutes of public transit trip of walking. And so here's a snapshot of our bus schedule. And so only a select few routes are currently run 30-minute during weekday operations, while most routes run about 60 minutes or greater. And then in addition, we do have some on-demand transit services in Edwardsville and Bonner Springs. And then in the county, we do not technically have any high frequency routes. Those are defined by the Mid-America Regional Council as routes that have a frequency of at least 15 minutes or at most. And then talking about transportation and our built environment, that brings us to sidewalks. So sidewalks play a very vital role in city life as conduits to pedestrian movement and how people can access everyday destinations. So as public spaces, sidewalks can serve as the front steps to the city, activating streets socially and economically. Also, safe, accessible, and well-maintained sidewalks are a fundamental and necessary investment for cities and have been found to enhance the general health and maximize social capital in the community. So in this map, this is the sidewalk network that we currently have. And the yellow portions are partial segments. But while the sidewalks do appear prevalent in our historic core, they're often in disrepair or overgrown or have fall hazards. And they do not connect our neighborhoods together. And it does make it appear and feel, and it is dangerous and almost impossible to do anything other than drive a car to get to other neighborhoods in our community. So as we were talking about, sidewalks are an essential component of the urban environment, and we are missing about 81% of our planned sidewalk network. So this network would provide access to people to get to everyday destinations. It would connect communities and improve safety and have overall effect on our public health and wellness as a community. And then just to kind of illustrate some of that effect, and we'll talk more about the specific health impacts later, but we did have one study that finds that 43% of people that report a place to walk were significantly more likely to meet the current regular physical activity recommendations than those who didn't report a place to walk at all. And then I did just want to touch on the capital maintenance improvement projects. Basically, a lot of those projects are just done to maintain what we already have, and most of them are focused on pavement preservation. And so I just wanted to bring up a map of that. And we are doing some projects, and as we mentioned, this ordinance was just passed in 2020. And so we are working our way to more and more projects, but some successes that we have had in the last couple of years, we were able to launch the Ride KC bike share program, which is 50 e-bikes in the Rosedale and downtown area of Kansas City, Kansas. And then also we did bring on or begin the Go Mobility Plan, which is a strategic plan that I think we'll have more information on in the summer. But that's looking at the entire county of how people get around in our community. And then some other recent roadway projects, like the Leavenworth Road Modernization, adding sidewalks and other amenities on both sides, and then also incorporating those share arrows. So those arrows that allow bikers or bicyclists to use the lanes on the road as well, and then also the Metropolitan and Strong Avenue bike lane. All right, so now we're gonna kind of dig into the community health portion and talk about some of those health factors and the outcomes. And I just want to put into everyone's mind, we want to change the context to make the healthy choice the easy choice. So county health rankings, they were just released for 2022. Compared to all the other counties in the state of Kansas, we are ranked last in health factors for the last 5 years. And then for health outcomes, we were ranked last for 2 out of those last 5 years, and we were at least within the bottom 5 of all those counties. So here's a diagram of the county health rankings. And so these are some of the things that we use as some inspiration for some of the things that we pulled for our report. And it's just very important as well to show that upstream effect of those policies and programs that affect those health factors, and then also go to affect those health outcomes, which are mainly length of life and quality of life. So thinking about equity that we defined at the beginning here, there is a 21.2-year disparity in life expectancy in our county. And then also that 62.5-year life expectancy census tract, that is the lowest census tract in the state of Kansas. These variations are mostly caused by differences in social and economic factors, differences in public health infrastructure, medical care, and personal health behaviors like diet and exercise. And then based on data collected for the GoDot mobility plan and that social vulnerability index, our most vulnerable communities are those that lack those affordable, safe, and reliable transportation to access locations affecting their quality of life, like grocery stores, schools, churches, jobs, shopping, healthcare, parks, public transit, and any other locations that someone might use every day. And so community health, as we mentioned, that those life expectancy is a health outcome. So some of those behaviors or things that lead to that are physical activity, access to active transportation, and then also looking at rates of chronic conditions, specifically obesity and asthma, and then also taking a look at air quality as well. And then we do have that diagram of the social determinants of health, which is a CDC model of everything that comes together to affect our health every day. So physical activity rates. So 39.5% of adults, when asked, said that they have not participated in any leisure time activities over the last month. And then also 83.6% of adults in Wyandotte County are not meeting the physical activity requirements put forward by the CDC with their exercise recommendations. So that's why it's important to change that built environment to make the healthy choice, the easy choice. Right, and then we're going to talk about community safety. So this map on the slide here shows specifically pedestrian and bicycle crashes that happened from 2016 to 2021. So there were 49 average pedestrian or bike crashes per year. There have been 14 pedestrians killed since 2016. And looking at all vehicle crashes, there is an average of 4,280 per year that happened in that time. And so when we talk about complete streets and kind of redesigning our roads and adding sidewalks and things like that, and when it does come to crashes, especially pedestrian crashes, the faster a car is moving, the more likely the pedestrian is to die from that. And 20% of crashes in Wyandotte County were speed related. And that's just all crashes overall, so something to keep in mind. And then looking at all the crashes overall, based on that data, and this includes people that were in vehicles as well, is 26.2 average deaths per year and about 1,124 injuries each year due to crashes. And then again, coming back to equity based on national data, people of color and people walking in low-income communities are disproportionately represented in fatal crashes involving people walking, even after controlling for differences in population size and walking rates. And then although people of all ages, races, ethnicities, and income levels suffer the consequences of dangerous street design, some neighborhood groups of people bear a larger share of the burden than others, which may contribute to the indifference of many policymakers to this increase. From 2010 to 2019, Black people were struck and killed by drivers at an 82% higher rate than white non-Hispanic Americans. For American Indian and Alaskan Native people, the disparity climbs to 221%. And again, that comes back to that social vulnerability index map and looking at the built infrastructure that we do have, and some things that have proven effective are providing crosswalks at intersections and some other things like that. because more than 40% of pedestrian fatalities occur where there is no available crosswalk. And then since we were just talking about those crashes and people moving throughout the community, I just wanted to bring this back up again. We do have a plan for sidewalks, and this is something we could implement. All right, so moving forward, we're gonna continue to collaborate with Public Works. And then also we would, as the infrastructure action team, we would be engaging with the community to assist with the development of the report. And then also we'll be collaborating with the GoDot, which should be released probably around July 2022. And then also we'll be participating in the upcoming citywide master plan update. And then we are also looking into it, developing additional measures that would be included in this annual report that would be presented to you. And then we will just continue providing information regarding complete streets projects. And then we are excited to include more local data from our upcoming community health assessment. And that brings us to the end. And here's an acknowledgement slides of all the members that have participated in our meetings over the last several months, and then some of the organizations that were represented in our infrastructure action team as well. And that concludes our presentation for you all. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Body. I just want to thank Blake Hensley. I was the one that won the scholarship to attend the certification for complete streets represent. I was the only commissioner in Kansas that was selected. It was a year-long program, and some of it was done virtually due to COVID. And Blake was a very valuable resource to learn and look at what other communities have done in reference to walkability and connectivity. Some of those issues that I ran on when I was running for commissioner about bringing our communities together to address a healthy living. It was important, and it was a tremendous learning session. And to have graduated from that program, I bring those thought processes to when we talk about economic development within our subcommittee. And so some of these infrastructure questions I ask, there's a reason why. But we have projects before us that I would ask that we give consideration to, especially when it comes to the equity portion of our community. There's been a proposal about Quindaro Boulevard renovation. We may want to look at what we can do to enhance the safety as well as the walkability and connectivity of those neighborhoods. The Merriam Lane corridor is another wing that we're presently looking at. And those issues, we needed to submit a plan of what we were going to do in Wyandotte County with this knowledge. And Blake and I worked collectively in putting forward the Rock Island Bridge and the River Dike and the levee because of some of the members that were on there. And it was received very well. And Blake, I can't thank you enough for taking my call sometimes at the last minute. This was part of my project while I was also in legislative session and serving here. So it was a challenge at times, but Blake, kudos to you and thank you for your assistance. And it's absolutely my pleasure to be the only commissioner in Kansas that's certified as Complete Streets Ambassador.
Thank you.
I appreciate your assistance. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Blake, for your presentation and for all that you're helping with coordinating this. The one number, I'm sure I'm not the only commissioner that looked at and saw that number. The one number that stood out the most is missing 81% of our planned sidewalks. That, when I read that, that took me aback. Because when I'm walking and talking to my constituents in my district, sidewalks is always number one right at the top, streets and sidewalks. And to know that we're missing 81%. We can barely keep up the inventory we currently have, but we need more. So we just came from CMIP and our infrastructure talks, and we're starting to get into the budget. So it's I'm happy that we have this, you brought this presentation to us. I'm happy that we're now, the complete streets is something that we as a unified government are committed to doing and committed moving forward. That took me aback, that number, that surprised me. But just overall, I want to thank you for your help in coordinating all of this and all of the community members and stakeholders who are all part of this, who continue to be part of this conversation. I know in my district, complete streets was something that is very needed. They want complete streets. I know when I was talking in Rosedale, Aaron can tell you, we've had many conversations about complete streets and how that's something that a lot of my constituents like to see. And clearly it shows that there are major benefits to it. So I'm happy that we keep going forward. And again, thank you for all you do, and hope to see more presentations and more reports, and to hopefully see this 81% get lower. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an amazing presentation. So thank you. Please don't take our lack of enthusiasm for the content. It's just been a long night. No, this is really good information. And I do want to recognize that. The one thing that I will say, and it's, kind of repeating what I said in our special session, is with all of this development and all of this interest, I think there's potential for us to put some of the onus on building sidewalks on developers and people that are looking for tax incentives. I'm big on community benefits and making sure that we are getting the best out of these development agreements. And so I think this presentation is just another piece of evidence for us to pursue those options. Thank you for presenting this.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. Thank you for the presentation. Well, one thing that you had mentioned was the on-demand transit. And you said that you have in Edwardsville, and I understand that you wouldn't in Bonner necessarily have that because they have the Tiblo transit that works out there. But Edwardsville, on that on-demand, when I was running and I spoke with folks in our senior center down there, who do not have access to a car or a vehicle, can't get to the Legends, are basically trapped within the confines of the senior center, that are looking for an escape, a place just to get out so they can go maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, go up to the Legends, go somewhere, go to the park, go to shop just to get out. What would it take for us to get a scheduled stop? And I know that you wouldn't want to run that, every day at 11 o'clock, we're going to make this run. But if our citizens out there at that senior center knew that they had at Wednesday at 11 o'clock, they were going to get picked up, they were going to be dropped off at the Legends, and 2 hours later, they could get a ride back. Would that be something that we could work on, that they might get some sort of a scheduled stop?
That may be something more suited for transit, for UG Transit. I don't know if that's something, but that is probably something that our infrastructure action team or myself could look into. I know that we are working on some other transportation projects through our CHIP, our Community Health Improvement Plan.
Okay.
And Commissioner, this is going to hit Director Plainer resign. Which senior center was that again?
The one in Edwardsville, the only one in Edwardsville, yes. But I think if there could be, there may be folks that would utilize that aren't necessarily in the senior center, that do not have access to a vehicle or whatever the needs may be. Or maybe the price of gas now, they may not be able to just afford to be able to drive to the.
I know both Tiblo Transit and UG Transit do have a paratransit service, so you can basically dial a ride to anywhere.
Yeah,
but that's distinctly different from what you're asking
That's
for.
correct.
I
That's
think
correct.
UG Transit also just received a grant to expand their bus route through Edwardsville specifically to connect employers with employees. regionally, so that's not it either, but there is growth in and around Edwardsville would be my point. So we can, like Mr. Hensley said, we can reach out to Mr. Welker and discuss it with him for sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank
No
you
problem.
very, very much.
Any
Mr.
more
Mayor,
questions from our commission?
may I make a quick comment?
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, can you go back to the slide where it's the miles per hour and ratio of death rates? So I just wanted to make a quick point on this one, and I think this one gets often overlooked. When roads and lanes are wider, cars go faster. When cars go faster, more people die. When lanes are wider, they cost us more money to maintain. That's all I want to say.
So you're saying you're an advocate?
Yep.
Thank you. I got a quick question. And this goes back to, I guess, the complete street projects. If you can pull that slide out. How do we prioritize those on, and then how are those funded once they're prioritized? When you talk about the projects, because I'm looking at them, you've got the bike share, and all this is good stuff as part of this plan. But I'm looking at bikes, I'm looking at more bikeways, some street and sidewalk modernization on Leavenworth Road. So how did we arrive to those being the priorities? And what are the future priorities? Because it says from November 2020 to current. So what were the priorities and what are the current priorities and what are we looking forward to in the future?
It's a great question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The ordinance says that every project, maintenance and new construction, should plan, design, operate, and maintain as a complete street. Not every complete street requires a bike lane. Not every complete street requires a sidewalk on either side of the road, right? We don't necessarily want to put sidewalks on every street in, say, our more rural areas, but it does make sense to do it in, say, our more urban areas. So it is a contextual matter. We are supposed to be looking at every single project as per the policy adopted by this board in a lens of complete streets. Whether we choose to invest in each of our roadways in a complete streets matter is not necessarily beholden to that policy. We just have to consider every single one and look at it accordingly. This is not an add-on cost. This is the cost to invest in our community, I think is the point that Mr. Hensley and the IAT have been trying to make about complete streets as a concept in general. It is green streets. It is Vision Zero. It is safe streets. It is better for stormwater management. It is better for placemaking. It is better for economic development. It is safer. And quite frankly, it's more enjoyable.
And so when basically you're saying it coincides with every economic and infrastructure plan. This is all, it's part of that.
Should be correct. The CMIP should look at every single one of their projects through this lens.
Is that being done?
Yes, with the county engineer. That doesn't mean they're resulting in it because we have I don't want to speak for the county engineer of Public Works, which contains most of this, but in our conversations with them, they look at it the lens. They don't do it because they're trying to do everything they can with every dollar.
Okay. And I guess where I'm going with this, just looking at these projects, and I think you've explained it, but the concern was for me is that when you talk about the disenfranchised and disinvested areas of our city and what you've listed, really don't hit on that. But part of your presentation was recognizing that minorities are disproportionately impacted by the lack of. And so how does that play into the future planning? When you talk about, I think Commissioner Burrows mentioned Quindaro Avenue as being one of those areas that we are looking at for reinvestment at some point. So how does this complete streets project, and I think you mentioned it moving forward, this all coincides with all the planning. Is that correct?
Sure. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I guess I would go back to all the projects that we're pursuing as far as federal grants right now. One, all of our CMIP projects, as noted by Mr. Hensley in his representation, are mostly maintenance projects. It's because we don't have money to invest in our communities the way that we should be investing. We're trying to spread out so much and spread the wealth across so many geographies. Sometimes all we can do is re-asphalt, re-mill and overlay some things, right? In the 8 projects that we ran through this Board of Commissioners to define the prioritized projects for roadway investments as it relates to federal projects, Those all started with CMIP. They all got filtered through the master plan lens. They all went through different standing committees, and we came up with that list. Every single project that we have pursued federal dollars for have been in these more disadvantaged communities than the rest of our communities. They've all basically been east of 635 for that very reason.
Thank you. And then my last question is, and that's good, that's real good information, because I was going to go into Argentina and Armadale as well as downtown as well, and how that plays in. But I think you've answered that. But how does this relate to when we're talking about a unified government and then the Wyandotte County side, kind of in line with Commissioner Stites, what he mentioned, and what we may be responsible for as a unified government for projects in Bonner and Edwardsville. And what I'm looking for, is there any collaboration or conversation with those sister cities as to this project?
Sure. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Although we didn't seek the input of Edwards, Bonnersville, and the City of Lake Rivera on the ordinance for complete streets, because it's a citywide ordinance, not a countywide ordinance, we have been collaborating with them specifically as it relates to the countywide mobility strategy. So GODOT has brought all of the incorporated cities to the table to have that conversation. And because of that, I would point out that one of our top priority projects or investments in a corridor is K32 and the bike infrastructure all the way, which would ideally start on the levee trails, hop up on the Caw Drive, and take us all the way into downtown Bonner Springs, a plan that's been in place for almost a decade right now and has seen no investment. So that is elevating as a part of our collaboration with our other incorporated cities. Okay. And that is a complete streets project.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just had a quick question. Gunnar, is there any conversation on how to keep this in front of the commission? For example, throughout the CMIP projects that are proposed, for me, I don't want to speak for everybody else, it would be helpful if we're knowing whether or not what we are approving funding for is in line with complete streets or not. Has there been some conversation of some sort of notification or something that says, commission, on a rank of 1 to 3, this is, a 2 on complete streets, and here's the reason why?
Ms. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. As it relates to the rubric, no, there is not a complete streets column, if you will. But I would say, if for all of you who were here when we adopted the complete streets ordinance originally, I sat here with our county engineer and did it in tandem. So having worked with many public works departments and county engineers and other places, they're totally bought into complete streets. So they are doing it as a lens. I will admit, though, it always helps to hear direction, input, requests from the commission in order to set us straight and jar us loose. So your feedback is needed, welcomed. But again, I think part of it is we need to get, we're a year late, right? So this annual report is a big part of it. And quite frankly, I'm happy at the response and the conversation we've had because of it. So I think we will come back because the ordinance requires us to, right? But I think we can work with the county engineer and the Public Works Department more specifically on said rubric for CMIP.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Bobby, the reason why I chose the bridge project, the Rock Island Bridge, is because it encompassed a lot of what we have talked about here, what Complete Streets brought to the table. It was an innovative way for us to invest in an economic development project, look at the walkability, connectivity to basically 2 states, but it completed our levee trails. And it also addresses how the access and the biking and the healthy lifestyles of the swimming as well as the boating on the river. And I think those are a learning opportunity for us on a project that we've already approved. And I would hope that we could utilize that as our litmus test moving forward as to why it's important to utilize complete street concerns and guidance when we put these projects together. And I will state the Champions Institute does notify me quite regularly that there are funds available, there are projects that can be completed through federal grants and other activities. And I have made a list of those over a period of time, but it has grown quite daunting when we start talking about the infrastructure needs we have in our community. But I commit to you that I will continue to monitor those, but I would ask that as we work through the Rock Island Bridge project, there will be an opportunity for, I would hope, tremendous input and support for the complete street projects. It's a great learning opportunity for us.
And just to add on, Mr. Burrows, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The Kansas Department of Transportation, for the first time ever, hopefully this summer, will be adopting their own alternative transportation plan. Simply by adopting that plan, it will open up new avenues for revenue for these types of projects where currently you basically can only do that on Leavenworth Road, which is a state highway, for instance.
Are there any more questions and comments? Seeing none, this was for information only. Thank you so much. This takes us to our next item, Kansas City, Kansas Landmark Commission 2021 Annual Report. This is a presentation regarding the Landmarks Commission report. I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. It is also Historic Preservation Month. We've heard quite a few proclamations about all the different things that May is, but it is also Historic Preservation Month. As such, I wanted to introduce the chairman of the Landmarks Commission, Mr. David Meditz. We've prepared a quick presentation for you about our 2021 annual report and all things going on in the Landmarks Commission. With that, I defer to Mr. Meditz, and then I'll jump in and take up some of this presentation, and he'll close it for us. So without further ado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, commissioners. As Gunnar said, May is Historic Preservation Month. The words historic and the words preservation denote history. They denote the past. Yes, the Landmarks Commission does have that as the heritage that we have to deal with. But the Landmarks Commission is far more than the past. The Landmarks Commission has to deal with the past, has to preserve it because that is the fabric of this community. A diverse fabric all along racial, cultural, urban, rural, economic, it's there. Now that fabric is worn. It's tattered. It's got some holes, but it is still what made us the city and the county that we are. It is the job of this commission, the Landmarks Commission, to lead for the past, the present, and the future. Within our presentation today, I think you may find or be able to see where we have been, where we are going. Because this commission, and I am proud to say, in my tenure on this commission, which is not as long as some, but during my time as chairman, this Landmarks Commission has evolved. It's in transition. Because yes, we used to deal with the past almost like it was the past. We were reactive. Sometimes too late. We have now talked and discussed for many years how we can be proactive, and that transition is happening. Tonight is evidence of it because this is the inaugural. This is the first time that we have ever presented to you an annual report so that you can see how we gauge ourselves and you can see where we have been and have a glimpse for the future. Now, our transition has been stymied a little the past 2 years by the challenges that's been presented. COVID, IT problems, etc. But it also presented us with a multitude of opportunities. Where meetings were closed, the world opened up for us. We managed to, as screens will show, attend, learn, be knowledgeable. Conferences across the nation that didn't cost us a dime. They were free. A conference such as Preservation Justice, making your local government program more equitable. But it dealt with such mundane things as doorways and windows and yards and this. We learned. And that is an important part of what we've tried to do, what we are doing, and our initiatives, especially with the establishment of a subcommittee that I appointed, and that is outreach. The one thing that has really been lacking is communication. I don't know if you know who we are. We're kind of under the table. Probably maybe each one of you appointed one of us, but you may not, everybody may not know who we are. The general public doesn't. At times they think we are a Gestapo. But that's not the case. We are a land of opportunity because there are purposes that we were established with. The Landmarks Commission was established with purposes. Some of these are highlighted up here, but what is important to know is maybe what's in the small print. To identify, protect, enhance, perpetuate districts, sites, buildings, structures, and objects that reflect distinctive, important elements of the city's history, cultural, architectural heritage. Now, you think that just deals with buildings. Take a good thought of that. Buildings are buildings, but buildings are built for what? People. That is your culture. We were to safeguard it. And that's where our discussions came in. How do you safeguard if you're reactive? Sometimes it was too late. We shed tears, but we had no choice. It was demolition by neglect. It's also to stabilize and improve property values. You go, well, what's that got to do with historic preservation? Well, when you're reactive, you end up with holes in the ground next door to your house. And that is a sure way for property values to start going down. If we can enhance it, we can educate people, we can keep the neighborhoods such as Strawberry Hill, where a lot of people want to live in a smaller home, smaller lot, in that type of house. There are a lot of tax incentives, grants, etc., economic benefits that relate to that. And that's why we need to encourage the conservation and preservation of neighborhoods because of that, but also because of our families. Take pride in your neighborhood. Grandma and grandpa grew up there. You have to have a pride in your community for it be viable. That's where foster civic pride comes in. Be proud of what we've got. Be proud of where we came from. Be proud of our successes. Yes, we have had disappointments. Yes, we have had failures. But sometimes even those disappointments and failures need to be recognized and marked because people tried. Maybe they didn't succeed, or maybe it took longer, or maybe Mother Nature figured into it and dealt them a blow like they dealt us the last couple of years. It's to protect and enhance. Later on, you will see those words are very important. Strengthen the economy. How do you do that? Well, if you are rehabbing, you're doing that, you're providing jobs. And if it's by grant money, and Kansas has one of the strongest, if not strongest, preservation, grant, and tax incentive programs in the nation. That is a hidden secret that a lot of people don't know, that's available not only for multi-million-dollar projects, but they are available and can be enhanced and used through the individual home or neighborhood network. That is an economical benefit. And then we go down to the welfare of the people. The welfare is knowing where you come from, the pride that you can have in everyone in your community across all lines, economics, etc. And the last is to promote the safety, health, morals, and general welfare of the city as a whole. What does that got to do with history? Well, it has a whole lot to do with it, because if we can help preserve the neighborhoods, they are a whole lot safer. They're a whole lot healthier. Our people will be better off with their general welfare, knowledge, education, and benefits. Again, there is much to be said for the past, the present, and the future. But just where does our jurisdiction lie? I'm a proud member of Wyandotte County. This is a unified government. The Landmarks Commission was established way beforehand. Ordinance was adopted as we became the unified government. But the Landmarks Commission itself has no jurisdiction over Bonner, Edwardsville, or Lake Quivira. Our jurisdiction rides with Kansas City, Kansas. But that does not mean that we cannot cooperate. If someone would ask one of our commissioners representing those areas, last for my expertise or what I learned at a training session, I am more than happy to provide that. Now, the commissioners themselves. The Landmarks Commission is composed of 11 commissioners. That's each one of you have an appointment. And Mr. Mayor, you also should be an architect, real estate broker, an officer of mortgage institution, one person with training, expertise in the fields of history, architecture, history, and or historic preservation. The duties is we attend meetings. We review cases, the agendas. We recommend designations to you, but we also seek funding. We watch for the grants. We keep our ear to the ground to try to find the grants and outside monies so that we, again, can help our economy and the financial status of our community. And we advocate and educate about historic preservation. And that is another purpose of the subcommittee that I established that's in its infancy now to do that. So the challenges over the past 2 years have been great. We've overcome, my fellow commissioners, which for everyone, I'm David Middets, chairman. Ms. Karen French is my vice chairman. Jim Schrader is the chairman of my subcommittee. Charles Van Millsworth, Beverly Easterwood, Hank Chamberlain, John Aldermont, Lauren Taylor, Merle Bland, Mickey Hill, and Stephen Craddock are your commissioners. Those are the names to remember if you didn't know who they are, for everyone to know. At this point in time, let's take a look at what we have tried to accomplish, or what we did accomplish this last year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So again, this is our first inaugural annual report for the Landmarks Commission. This is our baseline year. Unfortunately, we were starting this presentation and the work on this report right when the cyber attack happened. So we didn't do as much background information as we had hoped. We'd hoped to do some research back into 2020, 2019, 2018, so we can create a trend. But this is basically what we did in 2021. We will do this homework as we move forward with these annual reports as it happens. So in 2021, it's very simple. We had no historic designations. Again, these are all local designations, not state or federal. We had 31 applications. Of that, we approved 14, denied one. One of those was a demolition. There are 3 types of let's call them entitlements from the Landmarks Commission that can happen. A historic designation, i.e. a landmark or a district, one of which was approved earlier this evening by you all, the historic district of West Height Manor. You can do a certificate of appropriateness. In the city of Kansas City, Kansas, the landmarks and districts recognitions only apply to certificates of appropriateness, only apply to anything on the exterior of a building, so no interiors. If it is a state or a federal designation, those do cover interiors. So anytime you pull a permit, any action you do on the outside of your building that requires a permit, and if you're a district or a landmark, you have to basically go through the Landmarks Commission to certificate of appropriateness. And then we also have what's called Environs Reviews. When we updated the Landmarks Ordinance just this past year in 2021, which we'll go over in a little more detail after that, we reduced the environs buffer to 500 feet to 200 feet. So anything within 200 feet of a historic district or landmark has to do an administrative review. They are all held to the same standards, which is the National Park Service's Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation. And then we do a determination at staff level, depending on what comes in. Some things think they might need a C of A, an environs review, or others. Sometimes they don't. So we also write a couple exemption letters accordingly. And we can go over any of those details as you see fit. So again, we weren't able to go back too much deeper in history, but you can see a slight increase from 2022 to 2021. I think this is of more note as it relates to the chairman's comments. We went from 4 meetings in 2020 to 11 meetings in 2021. It looks like we're probably going to hit 11 meetings in 2022. Basically, we're getting back to our monthly schedule like we have historically, but have not done, I'd say, probably as regularly in the last decade. The Outreach Committee, also mentioned by the chairman, hasn't had too many meetings. They've been established and are part of our outreach efforts in the Downtown Historic Commercial District Formation project that we're working on right now. Again, this is more meetings are planned for 2022. I believe they've already had one in 2022, so we should surpass those numbers in our next annual report. The chairman also mentioned trainings that we've done in 2021, over 100 hours between landmarks commissioners and staff alone, as it relates specifically to the issue of historic preservation. And again, not any landmarks locally designated in 2021, but there was one state and federally designated. That's the Old City Hall Park. Typically when something happens within a certified local governments, of which the Landmarks Commission is, any state or federal designation is requested, they'll usually run it by the Landmarks Commission, ask for their comments. So we did support the designation, state and federal designation of the old City Hall parking garage, which is the garage right behind the old City Hall across the street. I did mention that the ordinance update also occurred in 2021. We've gone over some of the details of that ordinance, so I'm not going to go through all of these right now, but basically we cleaned it up, made it a lot easier to use, made it a lot more clear about what is or is not a project. And that's had great benefit, I think, in 2021. The reduction of the environs, we've already seen fewer environs on trend between 2021 and 2022. These are all things that we think are a benefit, removing red tape, so on and so forth. Just to kind of go over a couple of other things as it relates to other designations. For instance, the last time we did a state or federal landmark was didn't happen until 2019. You've seen some movement on these projects in the last couple of months in particular. The last local historic district that was created was in 2015. Just a quick side note, if you drove by this on Washington Boulevard, you probably wouldn't look twice at it. This district is a single property, it's 4 buildings, but what's neat about it is we had a presentation about this in April, and just to geek out for just 1 second on this one, after World War II, what was that version of the Housing and Urban Development Department did a competition for veterans housing, multifamily veterans housing. And that competition was specifically focused on energy conservation. This is the only built project of that design competition winner in the country. So that's how it got its state and federal designation. So kind of unique. And then the last time we designated a local district, at least when this was reported in 2021, again, we've had 2 now in 2022, but before that we hadn't done a local designation since 2005. So again, speaking to this idea of us trying to become more proactive and understanding what our resources are, what our needs are, and how we're going to move forward for a higher quality of life as it relates to historic preservation and how that contributes to our community. In 2021, we received 2 grants. We combined that into 1 request for proposals, 1 project. We're simultaneously currently working on the formation of a downtown historic commercial district and the formation of a downtown historic churches multiple listing designation. This is a very preliminary map of where we're thinking the current survey area, district area is for downtown. The churches are both inside and outside of that. Again, we didn't want to have a fully expansive commercial district, so we shortened the commercial district into something very much around Minnesota Avenue, and then wanted to look secondarily across all of downtown at some of the historic churches that are in need, some in disrepair. And just a note to the future, we are also later in this evening going to request that we pursue another grant from the State Historic Preservation Office to do a historic preservation plan. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later this evening when that comes up. So just in conclusion, the Landmarks Commission has been tracking every move of Sauer Castle. We do that every month with legal counsel's help. We are in the process of working with the State Historic Preservation Office of updating what's called our certified local government status. That local status is still assigned, or still goes all the way back to before unification. So we're cleaning up some of that language. When we clean up that language and renew our CLG status, we will then be able to open up another conversation with the State Historic Preservation Office. This is an important one. Certain CLGs have been given the right to do their own review of state and federal permitting processes that relate to historic preservation. They are going to sort of let us do, we mentioned a little bit before, the state of Kansas has the most strict historic preservation laws in the country. Any permit, i.e. any permit we issue from the Neighborhood Resource Center in a historic district has to go through SHPO. That could be like an electrical permit to turn on your electricity, has to go through a 30-day review of SHPO right now. So those types of permitting, we're going to try to clear the books and keep, again, moving forward with red tape to make sure that this is as least onerous as possible. We're also updating all of our GIS mapping. This is a very complicated issue going from 500 to 200. You wouldn't think about it, but the ordinance also requires us to not designate, but redefine and rename any parcel that is zoned in a historic district or is a historic landmark. That's a little more complicated of a GIS move. That, again, is another opportunity for us to increase our outreach and knowledge about what is and is not a historic district in the unified government. And again, that goes along with our big, we believe if we are able to pursue and then are awarded the citywide historic preservation plan, that'll give us a great platform to really communicate all the pros and cons, because there are sticks and carrots related to historic preservation, but also the benefit and importance of preserving our history, culture, and architecture of the built environment. So with that, I'm going to pass on the closing remarks to our chairman and then go from there.
Thank you again. David Meditz again, chairman here. Just a quick couple of comments at the end. Importance, education. Yes, education. If we can educate our people, let them know what is needed for these permits. Let them know the importance of a historical district. It opens worlds of opportunities to them, and it also saves us time, saves the government time if they are prepared. It's not meeting after meeting. If they know what's required, what they need, and how to present it. So that is important. That is part of what the center is. But my final comments is to remember what I started out with, the fabric of the community. We deal with history. That is the heritage that our families, our forefathers left us with. We have to deal with it. It's not going to change for good or bad. We got to deal with it. But we also owe an obligation to my fellow citizens, my elected officials, that we do our duty to preserve this history for the benefit of everyone in this community, that they can use it, they can enjoy it, and they can have a viable community that is safe, friendly, lovable, enjoyable, pleasant, etc., etc. But the final component is probably the most important of all. And that is the word legacy. Because what we do today, the successes, the disappointments, or our failures, is the legacy that we will leave to our children, our grandchildren, and a word that I heard recently, our newer implants. That is the ones that want to move in and stay. And lastly, those that are yet to come. Who they are, we have no idea. But they will come and live here. And we owe that legacy to them to provide them a viable community to live in. Thank you, one and all, for your time. I would be happy to answer any questions or listen to any comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments are kind of to Gunner and maybe to Jim Schrader. One of the conferences that you said you attended was, why should we care about brutalist architecture? And I would like to have a conversation about that offline someday, because it's really quite awful and we really shouldn't care about it at all. And I guess the reason why I care about it is because when I drive by it and look at it, I go, whose idea was that? So I'm just saying, someday I would appreciate that conversation. But the West Side Apartments, we're going to want to talk about that as well, because that is a very sad situation right now. And I both of those things are for another day, because it is 9:30 at night. The first one's a joke, the second one's not. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Gunner. Thank you, Chairman. I feel being Mexican, I was raised to cherish our history and our heritage of who we are. Unfortunately, I lost a historic monument in my district, the church. I wasn't here long enough to be able to save it, but I have another one. I have Sauer Castle, and I know I've been working with Aaron Strika and other community members in Rosedale to try and save it. I'm of the mind of we need to save as much as we can, preserve as much as we can. Yeah, we can see it in pictures, see it in a museum, but it's even better if you can see it in person and experience it in person. So I am 100% going to do what I can on this board to continue to preserve and cherish the history that we have throughout our county and city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just make one last comment. I think I got a question for, I kind of fall in line with Commissioner Bynum. I believe in preservation, but I believe in preserving things that are preservable. It's one thing to preserve things that are preservable, but you're preserving things, that's a question, that are in disrepair. And you made a lot of good sounding points, and they're really good, and I'll go over them. You want a safe and friendly, and you want people to move here. You want to anchor people that are already here. But preservation without a plan or strategy for investment for rehabilitation, I'm looking at Sauer Castle, and that's not something I would want to live next to. I'm just being honest with you. The Washington, I mean, to me, that it doesn't do any justice for the veterans that was designed for in its current condition. And when you talk about preserving these things in those states of condition, I think it's deplorable. And so the commission, and I know we all appointed people there, it's just, I think a thought process ought to go in working with staff on how do we find investors to really bring these properties back to something that Wyandotte County can be proud of, as opposed to preserving something. And I think it was mentioned earlier, and I got this, a demolition by neglect. I mean, literally, we preserve these things, and then time, age, and the environment literally demolish them. And so that's a concern for me when you talk about trying to create, get rid of blight and try and create a Wyandotte County that everybody can be proud of. You mentioned try and get people to move to Wyandotte County. So that's a huge concern for me when you talk about how does that happen and what does that look like? And when we talk about preservation, making sure that these items are preservable in a way that's connected to some type of investor or reinvestment plan to bring them back to something that people would want to live next to and that the people of Wyandotte County can be proud of.
Mr. Mayor, if I could respond just quickly, very much to that one. That is one of the reasons that we do want to be proactive, because there have been mistakes, disappointments, and failures in the past because it was too reactive, or we were too late. We couldn't do it. It was too late to try to bring it back at that point. And we don't want to do that. We want to stay ahead of the game so we don't have the Sauer Castles there, that we've got something that people can work with, get some support to do it. And the only way to do that is to be proactive and try to get the word out there. So I appreciate your comments and let you know we've got that in the target, and that's in our focus. It's how we do it and how quick can we get it done.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. All right. This ends the planning and zoning portion of the agenda. We will now move to the regular portion of our agenda. which takes us to the mayor's agenda. Item number 1 is a proclamation proclaiming May 17th, 22 as Wyandotte County Sheriff Department Day. Clerk, can you please read that proclamation?
Proclamation, whereas members of law enforcement agencies within the unified government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of citizens. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of the Wyandotte County Sheriff Department, and that members of our law enforcement recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the Wyandotte County Sheriff Department has grown to be a modern and data-driven law enforcement agency that provides a vital public service, and whereas we commemorate today our brothers and sisters who died in the line of duty, we acknowledge the losses experienced by the families, friends, and colleagues of all our fallen sheriff. And whereas we ask all citizens to remember those members of law enforcement, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal dedication to their communities have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the right and security of all citizens. And whereas Wyandotte County Law Enforcement Day is May 17th, 2022, and will be observed and celebrated, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim May 17, 2022 as Wyandotte County Sheriff Department Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize the importance of Wyandotte County Sheriff Department Day.
Thank you. Item number 2 is a proclamation claiming May 21st, 22 as the First Baptist Church of Quindaro Educational Scholarship Day. Can you please read that?
Proclamation, whereas the 18th Annual Scholarship Banquet of the First Baptist Church of Quindaro will take place on May 21, 2022, and whereas the membership of the First Baptist Church of Quindaro is composed of talented and concerned citizens who are committed to enhance the quality of life for our citizens, and whereas we commend the First Baptist Church of Quindaro for their dedication to educating our youth, and whereas today several of our community students are being recognized for exemplary scholastic achievement in the classroom: Cheyenne Dickens, F.L. Schlegel High School, Jada Angelique Grissom, Sumner Academy of Arts and Science High School, and Crystal Elise Robinson, Shawnee Mission North High School. They have demonstrated strong leadership skills that inspire learning in the classroom and are recipients of the 2022 First Baptist Church of Quindaro Scholarship. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby recognize each student's accomplishments and proclaim May 21, 2022 as the First Baptist Church of Quindaro Educational Scholarship Day.
Thank you. Item number 3 is a proclamation proclaiming June 3rd, 2022 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Can you read that, clerk?
Proclamation, whereas every day more than 110 Americans are killed by gun violence, alongside more than 200 who are shot and wounded. And on average, there are nearly 16,000 gun-related homicides every year. And whereas in Kansas, there are 386 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 13.3 deaths per 100,000 people. And Kansas has the 22nd highest rate of gun deaths in the U.S. And whereas cities across the nation, including in Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens go hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. And whereas in January 2013, Hidea Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15. And on June 3rd, 2022, to recognize the 25th birthday of Hidea Pendleton, born June 2nd, 1997, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to Hidea Pendleton and other victims of gun violence and the loved ones of those victims. And whereas National Gun Violence Awareness Day was inspired by a group of Hidea's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, they chose this color to symbolize the value of human life. And whereas we encourage others to join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 3rd, the first Friday in June 2022, to help raise awareness about gun violence and honor gun violence victims and survivors. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim June 3, 2022 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize the importance of gun violence awareness.
I'd also like to take this moment on behalf of the commission and the great people of Wyandotte County. We'd like to just send formally our thoughts and prayers with our fellow citizens in Uvalde, Texas, that are dealing with that massacre and tragedy by the terrorists that took the lives of innocents. And let's keep those people and that community in our prayers and uplift them in any way that we can support and help them. I know that the great residents of Wyandotte County are prepared to do so. So that takes us to our next item. Item number 4 is a proclamation proclaiming June 10th, 2022 as Mark 50 Forward Day. We've got Mr. David Warm, who is the leader of Mark. If you could come forward, please. And I'd ask the chair, who happens to be one of our commissioners, Commissioner Harold Johnson, if he could approach as well during this proclamation. It's an honor to have both leaderships in the House here in Wyandotte County of Mark, the Mid-America Regional Council, and the great work that they provide, not just to Wyandotte County, but a lot of communities throughout the Kansas City metropolitan area. And I can say that David Warm, he was also the 2022 Kansas Citian of the Year Award recipient, and he's got 30+ years of public service. And so we're honored to have him here. And we're really proud that Commissioner Harold Johnson is the chair of the board for Mark as well. Clerk, could you read that proclamation?
Yes, proclamation. Whereas for half a century, local governments in the Kansas City region have come together through the Mid-America Regional Council, MARC, to partner on regional initiatives and develop innovative solutions. And whereas the region consists of 9 counties and 119 cities which benefit from working across boundaries on a wide variety of issues and coordinating with diverse disciplines and sectors, including cities, counties, nonprofit organizations, social services, educational systems, and special districts. And whereas the region's leaders engage in informed decision-making through insightful data analysis and participate in a problem-solving forum to positively impact progress. And whereas each jurisdiction and individual has a role in creating a strong regional community and enabling everyone to come together to achieve positive change for the next 50 years. And whereas MARC is an organization that promotes regional cooperation through leadership planning and action, and is guided by the core values of integrity, innovation, collaboration, diversity and inclusion, excellence in performance, and service leadership. And whereas the unified government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas has participated or benefited from working across boundaries, allowing us to better serve residents because of our regional work regarding public safety, transportation, environment, early learning, aging, and shared local government services. And whereas members of the unified government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas celebrate the collaborative work that's been accomplished over the past 50 years and dedicate June 10, 2022, the day of MARC's annual regional assembly as MARC 50 Forward Day, in recognition of the enormous progress the region will continue to make over the next 5 decades. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim June 10, 2022 as MARC 50 Forward Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge local leaders and community members to reflect on the great progress made in the past 50 years and join in welcoming a future built upon strong regional collaboration, connections, relationships, and accomplishments.
Thank you. I'll allow our commissioner and Mr. Warm to have words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate this time. I first of all want to thank David for riding with us here. And he was more than willing to stay and be a part of our conversations. I also want to acknowledge my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Markley, Commissioner Kane, our own mayor, and Commissioner McKiernan, who are also board members of Mid-America Regional Council. And I'm just excited about celebrating and being in this position to help celebrate and lead the celebration of 50 years that Mid-America Regional Council has been a part of the Kansas City tapestry, the regional tapestry of Kansas City. When you travel around the country, one of the things I've learned very quickly is that David Warm is a rock star as it relates to urban planning, as it relates to regional collaboration and dialogue. They look to David to set the pace. And so we're glad to have Mr. David Warm here and we'll allow him to have a few words here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the commission. I know that you've had a full agenda. I have to tell you, after decades of working with and for local governments, I find your agenda endlessly interesting. I hate to admit that. But in fact, many of the things that you have discussed tonight are in fact things that we address at a regional scale and help to blow into the sales, provide a context, and give some support to what you're trying to do here locally. On everything from public safety to complete streets are all part of the work that we do. Thank you for the time you give not only to our organization, to many other regional enterprises that help us pull together as a metropolitan community and be stronger. This is a terrific part of the infrastructure that we need civically to do the things that we're all trying to do for our communities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your proclamation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warm, and thank you so much, Commissioner Johnson, for those words. This takes us to item number 5, was proclamation proclaiming the first Saturday in June as Rosedale Family and Friends Day. Clerk?
Proclamation, whereas Rosedale, Wyandotte County, Kansas, community elders established an annual Rosedale Family and Friends Day during the 1970s. And whereas on the first Saturday in June, current and former residents of the Rosedale, Kansas community gather to socialize at Fisher Park, located at 39th and Fisher Street, Kansas City, Kansas. And whereas Rosedale Family and Friends Day emphasizes a celebration of family, fun, fellowship, and pride in Rosedale community. And whereas several generations of the Rosedale, Wyandotte County, Kansas community return from both in-state and out-of-state for Rosedale Family and Friends Day to attend our annual celebration tradition and reunite with loved ones. Family vacations and family reunions are sometimes scheduled to coincide with our community celebration. And whereas Rosedale Family and Friends Day exemplifies the enduring strength of a community that can be emulated by others to promote family, tradition, and unity, we are all very proud of our Rosedale roots. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the first Saturday in June as Rosedale Family and Friends Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize the importance of Rosedale Family and Friends Day.
Thank you, Clerk. That takes us to our regular consent agenda. Does any member of the Commissioner or County Administrator wish to set any items on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call, McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stipes,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. This takes us to our standing committee's agenda. Item number 1 is the creation of a new BPU pilot classification. This item was heard by the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee on Monday, May 9th, chaired by Commissioner Burrows. I'll ask Commissioner Burrows to make some opening remarks before the presentation by Kathleen Von Achen, who is our Chief Financial Officer.
Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Burrows at large district. Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Burrows at large district 2. We wanted to forward this on to the full committee for discussion. We felt it was an important item, and Mayor, therefore, we look forward to having the full commission discuss this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Von Achen.
Good evening. Kathleen Von Achen, the Chief Financial Officer. Thank you, Mayor. So we've gone over this presentation in the past, so I'm happy to forego that and answer any questions. This is a great opportunity for all of you to do some policy making. So, and to restructure the way we actually administer this revenue source. The BPU pilot's been in place for a number of years. For a while now, it's been assessed at 11.9% of the gross revenues of the BPU revenues. And So this would be an opportunity to provide some flexibility by creating a separate classifications, one for commercial, one for non-commercial or residential. And then during the budget process, we would be able to have further discussions as to whether we want to create some different levels of rates at that time. So this is just to provide some flexibility. The agenda item that you have with you is a resolution that would create the two classes. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I can go over the presentation too. Do you want me to go over the presentation? I think Patrick would like to make some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Patrick Waters, Deputy Chief Counsel. Just really quick, since we don't amend charter ordinances very often, I thought this would be a good chance to clean up any outstanding issues that we saw. So there are a couple other amendments that we just wanted to bring to your attention. For example, currently the ordinance states that the unified government must provide notice of the pilot rate by September 1st. Given the extended budget season that we now typically deal with, that's pretty tight timing. And so we've extended that to October 1st. As it currently reads, it also says that if that the UG and BPU should have a joint meeting if the pilot is going to be raised. But as I currently read it, if for some reason the two boards just couldn't agree on a date, we'd basically be left unable to take action. So I changed that. I didn't think that was the intent. That's obviously for you to decide, but I assume the intent was that we make a good faith attempt to meet as two boards. But as long as that notice is provided, if for some reason we just can't agree on a date, the unified government could still take action. The final change was two sentences requested by the BPU related to the regional transmission organization. And this just clarifies how you define gross operating revenue. We have Lori Austin from the BPU if you have questions about that in terms of what exactly that means. But I'm told that this is how we currently define it, and this just basically codifies current practice. One minor amendment to the wording on that, the last sentence of subsection A, where it says regional transmission owner, I would request, if the commission decides to pass this ordinance, I would request that the word owner be changed to organization. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donation. Was that anything further?
No, nothing at all.
Open for discussion. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm interested in providing some relief on the pilot rate. I'm not sure why we wouldn't consider providing relief to both the businesses and the residents. So that's my first issue. My second issue is I'm not much inclined to change the charter of the unified government at 10 o'clock at night. So this looks to me like a voting item that you're asking for. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I would tell you right now that I'm not going to vote in favor of this item tonight, 3 hours into our meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner McCary?
Thank you. As I said in our standing committee meeting, I am not in favor of splitting the pilot residential versus commercial. As I have pointed out in our stormwater discussions, I want to avoid situations where there is inequity in the application of, in this case, a rate of payment. On the stormwater side, I've been concerned that the tiered structure sets up an inequity that favors larger property owners. In this case, I worry that splitting these apart could set up a situation where one class gets a rate adjustment and another class doesn't. And I do not want that inequity. I will not vote for, nor am I in favor of anything that splits the pilot from being broadly applied across all utility customers. Now, having said that, I'm open to considering the possibility of a reduction in the pilot across the board as we go through the budget process. And that's the most important thing, is we've got to go through the budget process to decide if a rate reduction is in order and what the magnitude of that rate reduction should be. But I do believe if we decide there needs to be a reduction, it be applied equally to both residential and commercial utility users. I am open to the other changes to this ordinance that Mr. Waters suggested in terms of just cleaning up the application without changing the relative percentage charged to both sides. But I will not vote for this if it includes the splitting apart of residential versus commercial with the possibility of uneven payment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments mirror exactly Commissioner Bynum's and Commissioner McCuridan's. I think we are putting the cart before the horse. We're talking about not just an ordinance, a charter ordinance that is going to have a budgetary impact. And we haven't even had a budget workshop yet. If we're going to propose this, I would like the administrator to build a budget scenario that includes this so that we can see the financial impact. Because we are here to be fiscally responsible with our taxpayers' money. Yes, we want to provide relief. I am in support of lowering the pilot across the board. But it's going to be said that we don't want tax relief and that we don't listen to our community. We do, but we need to be strategic and fiscally responsible about it and make sure that all of these budget proposals come through the budget process, not before we even have the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kane.
Okay, all right. This is a budget item. And it is 10 o'clock at night. And I like bouncing stuff off my constituents, ask them, hey, what about this? What do you think about this particular thing? And I'm not gonna be able to talk to any of them. And it's frustrating that we load these commission meetings up, and here at the tail end of it, we got something that's this big. This is huge. And yes, do I think we can do something with the pilot? Absolutely. But I don't know why we would have to do anything to it other than what we currently have. And this belongs with the budget process. So we can all actually process this, go through the entire thing, because we don't know how can anybody tell me exactly how much that's going to affect us? Are we going to get sued from the businesses that have to pay a different rate now? There's more questions than there's answers, and this doesn't work for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have great unreadiness in having this discussion. This deserves a full-throated dialogue from this commission. And my colleagues have already made all of the relative points. So I'd ask that we would have some time to be able to come back to address this. I do agree with what is said. We need to figure out a way to deal with the pilot in Wyandotte County. Our constituents have asked for years. And so we are responsible to address those concerns. I just don't think that I'm ready to do that at 10 p.m. After a very full meeting tonight. I want to be able to give this the amount of time and debate and dialogue that this issue deserves. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
So I guess I was going to ask a question and then get into more of a discussion, but it sounds like we're going to, the direction that we're going is we're going to have a further discussion about this at a later date. So I'm not going to prolong this 10 o'clock meeting. But one of the questions that I am going to ask is, what was the original intent of why this would be split? You don't have to get up because I'm not asking it. I'm gonna ask it so we don't prolong this meeting. But that's so you guys, whoever can formulate that answer, and you may already have it, but when we have our full discussion, that is going to be something that I would like to know. And I'm not ready to move forward on it tonight either. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thanks, Mayor. I did want to at least state appreciation for Commissioner Burrow's committee, because what you said when you introduced it was that you wanted to have this discussion. And so I do appreciate that. And I watched your committee meeting and I know, some of the conversation that was held there and the desire to bring it forward. So I'm very interested in finding relief for the pilot. And I don't want to be misunderstood, but just want to be able to have the fuller extent of the conversation. And Mayor, maybe that's in a special session. I don't know, but maybe just some more conversation. And I would really be interested in some business side relief as well. That's all I want to say. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. This does impact our budget. And as chair of the committee, there was many questions, and I felt as chair of the committee, the best service I could provide the entire commission and the community, Mayor, was to ensure that everyone had a fair opportunity to speak and look at the impact it would have on the budget. And that's why we chose to bring it forward to the full commission, not on a consent calendar or have somebody pull it off. It was important that we have this discussion so that you see the financial impact as we go into the budget process. And I would hope that, and I really appreciate your comments, Commissioner Bynum. I believe that's how we build trust with one another. That's how we move forward in identifying what's important to us as a budget. And I know many of us ran on reducing the pilot, but if we would have taken a vote in the committee, it would have been a disservice to all of you, because if you voted no on it, you were voting against the pilot reduction. And if you voted for it, you were voting for an financial impact on the budget. That's why we chose as your chair to take the action that we didn't bring it forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Davis, District 8. I've been doing a lot of listening on this and do want to make it clear that I do want utility relief. I do not think that, and I've said this before, that utility relief should just be a UG conversation, because we do have the Board of Public Utilities that controls the electric and water rates, which is the bulk of the BPU bill. And so if we are going to have a conversation on providing overall utility relief, I think we should involve everyone that's involved in making that decision. The same goes for taxes. I'm for engaging all taxing jurisdictions so that the overall impact for our residents comes out to overall relief. After hearing, these comments from the standing committee and from tonight, my mind immediately goes to the small business owners in my district who have told me that one of them, they've had to take out from their life insurance just to pay their BPU bill. And I could not vote for this because, not because, again, relief is not necessarily what we're talking about, but it opens the gateway for us to leave businesses, and particularly small businesses, behind. It's for that reason that I would want a overall relief responsibly. And I want to echo that we do it responsibly, not just for the sake of saying that we've given relief, but in a way that we're still able to deliver on the services that our community desires. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, I have a question, and I hate to prolong this, and I won't, but Ms. Von Achen, can you at least educate all of us on what is the value of splitting the way in its current iteration?
Well, the idea came to me because there is a sentiment to provide tax relief to those to homeowners that are of low income. And the majority, roughly 70% of the BPU pilot revenue comes from industrial and commercial properties. And so there's a obviously from the commission, from what we've been listening to, there is a desire to reduce the tax burden on our residents. And so if we were to create this difference or the classification, that would give us the opportunity. And so I feel like, we should explore every opportunity or avenue to perhaps carving a different public policy, or at least to have a conversation about it, and explore the fiscal impact or the potential, and see what everyone thinks about it, and talk with the community about it too. So I'm not necessarily myself advocating absolutely this or that. It's just the opportunity for all of us to have a conversation and to have options to talk about. But providing tax relief to our residents would be beneficial. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. So, and I appreciate what you're saying, but you were bringing something to us tonight to vote on. But yet you say that there's other avenues and look at different ways of doing this, but we were presented this tonight to vote on it and move it forward. So are there other options? Is there ABC and that we're going to be presented? I mean, if those other options are out there, I'd like to see them before and I think that's what we talk about whenever we say that we want to see that in a full budget discussion.
Yeah, the other options are to just lower the rate across the board. So, and that's always available to us as part of the budget process. This would only it does open up the opportunity, but it only creates the classifications. As part of the budget process, you would have to make a decision about what that rate would be. You could keep it the same or universally reduce it all the same. So, yeah.
But there's no hurry for us to do this before we have our budget workshop, our discussions, and see where we're at in our budget, correct? I mean, we're not on a timeline. We don't have to make a move at all. Right?
That's right.
So there's not a reason to vote on this tonight.
No, there isn't. No,
Okay,
not
thank you.
tonight. No.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've been talking about budgetary impact, and I cannot remember which of my colleagues mentioned it, but the legality of it. So Misty, as our chief counsel, if we did this, how much are we opening ourselves up to? If we were to make the classifications, divide between commercial and industrial and residential, what would that look like? What is how much can we be open up to for litigation at that point?
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. That is a good question, Commissioner Ramirez. And when it comes to actually giving specific legal advice, I'd prefer to do that in an executive session. What I can tell you though is we've approved this ordinance as to form, which means that we believe that the ordinance does comply with the law and that there's nothing in there that would be in violation of the law and put the unified government at a large risk. But as far as in the specifics, again, I'd rather have that discussion in an exec session.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to go with Commissioner Kane, then we'll come back to you. And then our administrator wants to chime in as well. Commissioner Kane.
You want her to go first? Well, I don't know what I'm doing here, but I think I want a motion for denial for further discussion during the budget.
Stites second.
Okay, we've got a motion in a second, but we're still in discussion. So administrator.
Cheryl Harrison Lee, Interim County Administrator. Mayor and Commissioners, I would recommend that we take items 1 and 2, move those to our budget discussion and allow staff to look at some options for you. So that would be my recommendation for a motion to you tonight. Yes. No, 1, 2, and it's a vote.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I would propose an amended motion to move items 1 and 2 under this portion of our agenda to a budget workshop.
Okay,
So
we've got another
Second,
motion
Johnson.
on the floor, but I've got to go back. We have an original
I'm
motion.
moving, I'm making an amendment to the original motion.
He needs to vote a substitute motion.
Yes.
Make it a substitute motion.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is there any further discussion at this point? Chief Counsel.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we'd like to get this done, but I would like to, Patrick had something he wanted to mention. And I believe it's just about the timing, and everyone should be aware of the timing aspects to this.
Thank you. Patrick Waters, Deputy Chief Counsel. In amending a charter ordinance, there is a 60-day period where you have to wait and see if anyone files a protest petition. So I just wanted to clarify in terms of asking about the timing.
Okay, thank you. I believe that the commission has made it pretty clear that we're all in support. We've heard the community loud and clear. I don't think there's anybody up here that I've heard that is not wanting to have a conversation about bringing the type of relief that the community of Wyandotte, at least in Kansas City, Kansas, and those BPU customers have made loud and clear that they want relief on their pilot. We're going through a budget process. I can reassure the community that this commission is committed to having that conversation. I believe that's what you heard tonight. I just want to reiterate that it is my belief with the motion that's been presented that this conversation is going to continue, and this commission will arrive at a decision that I hope and that I will be continued to supporting, that will bring the type of relief that this community not only has demanded, but they deserve. So we have a motion for amendment. Can you repeat that?
It was a substitute motion to hold items 1 and 2 on the standing committee's agenda for a budget workshop discussion. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second, Johnson.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, clerk?
Roll call, McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley, Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The motion is 9-0, carries.
Now we remind all those watching that that does cover item number 1, which was the amendment proposal for the creation of the new BPU pilot classification, as well as item number 2, if you're following, which is the amended ordinance for senior utility tax rebate program as well. That takes us to our item number 3, the ordinance resolution for ARPA capital projects and other needs allocations. This item was heard by the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee on Monday, May 9th, chaired by Commissioner Burrows. I'll ask Commissioner Burrows to make some remarks before the presentation to our Chief Financial Officer, Kathleen Von Agent. Commissioner Burrows. While Commissioner Burrows is trying to get that in order. Kathleen, could you proceed?
Yeah, thank you. We do have a presentation that talks about the various projects that have been included in this proposal. And we'll bring that up. This is actually an item that has been brought forward on behalf of the ARPA subcommittee chaired by Commissioner Markley. And if she would like to make some introductory comments, that would be great.
Sure. So just to give a little background, I don't know, it may be in this presentation as well, but just to give a little background, staff came before the ARPA subcommittee to make a proposal based on infrastructure projects that would meet the federal requirements for ARPA, and that were also obviously of great need for our unified government. The committee went through a process of analyzing that very long list and deciding which ones would be appropriate for us to fund. This is separate from the activity that you're hearing about from the ARPA committee, where nonprofits and departments can apply for other purposes. This is sort of a different wing of that whole discussion. But Kathleen's going to present what came out of those committee discussions as far as what we recommend funding out of ARPA.
Yeah, thank you. So our commissioners on the subcommittee are Commissioner Markley, Bynum, Davis, McKiernan, and Townsend, and they have been staffed by Ashley Hand, Alan House, Levert, and myself. And we've had lots of meetings. And the next slide to discuss the various guidelines that the U.S. Treasury has, what they call the final rule. And you know, they're really restrictive when it comes to capital uses. So for the example, you really can only make improvements to air handling facilities, public facilities to improve their air handling in order to mitigate the COVID spread. And then there are some park-related trail improvements that are allowed as an eligible use, as long as it's tied to offering more outdoor activities in disproportionately impacted communities. And then, of course, there is the wastewater, the stormwater, and broadband. Water is also included as well, but the unified government, well, the BPU offers water, we don't. So I don't have water listed here. So just so you're all aware, of how much money we've collected and then how much has been allocated. I thought I'd give you a kind of overview here for yourself and the public. We've received in total $87.5 million. It's split up between Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County. 55 million for Kansas City, Kansas, and 32 million for Wyandotte County. And that allocation was approved back in May of last year. So since then, the committee and the commission have adopted a lot of allocations to address COVID and all the other functions or objectives of the American Rescue Plan Act. So for example, back in August last year, you approved 9.8 million in immediate needs. You also approved, which were much of it was for public health and other immediate needs at the time during the middle of the COVID spread. The other approval was 1.8 million for housing assistance. Those are direct payments that the United Way assisted us in allocating to individuals. We also estimated a revenue replacement amount of $42 million, which is to be spent during 21 and 2022. And of course, those figures are going to be changing as the revenue estimates change. And so you'll learn about those changes in the coming, well, probably at the next workshop, so next Thursday. There was also an employee incentive, an incentive to actually get vaccinated and boosted that was approved. That was $1 million. And then in February, earlier this year, another 3.4 million was approved that specifically for the Unified Government's Public Health Department. So as a result, after all of those allocations, the amount that's available now is $22 million on the city side and $7 million on the county side. So So now that 22 and 7 million is available to be allocated by the subcommittee. And what they wanted to do was take a look at what kind of investments could we make to mitigate COVID to our facilities and to Parks and Recreation and to address or improve the childhood environment. So we had a selection process that is kind of 5-part here. And this is kind of small, but first off, the meetings we had between February and March of 2022 were pretty extensive. Staff provided the subcommittee with a long list of priority unfunded projects that are specifically eligible through ARPA, which is pretty restrictive, as I mentioned. And it totaled about $90 million, so a lot of projects. And the presentations were made by the departments on the merits of the project and the community needs. And then the subcommittee went on and decided upon the level of ARPA funding, how much do we want to dedicate for capital and also allow enough money remaining for that nonprofit and UG department allocation web portal application process that is ongoing right now. And by the way, that application process, it's great. It's on our website and we've extended the deadline to the end of June. So we're now really in the middle of doing a lot of community outreach with the nonprofits in order to assist them with submitting their applications. So that's ongoing. Lastly, the subcommittee members reviewed the list and staff, and the project rankings, and then they all arrived with a consensus on this final project list. And we did bring in representatives from Edwardsville and Bonner Springs in this process. The ideas they had, unfortunately, were not capital related, or the capital ideas they had were not eligible under the federal guidelines. So what we encouraged them to do, and we're working with them directly right now, is to submit applications through that nonprofit UG department web portal. And then lastly, the subcommittee produced a consensus list and pared it down based on the amount they wanted to spend of the projects, and they voted to move forward to the standing committee. So next slide. Here's the long list of the projects. So that's got pared down from the 90 million down to, in total, down to that 17.4 and then the 6.3. 17.4 in city projects and 6.3 in county projects. So there are some, the categories here. The first one is a wastewater project. It's the combined sewer separation, number 15 and 18 along the Jersey Creek Basin. And then there are that's $2 million. Then there are 2 stormwater projects, one along for the Wyandotte High Lombardi Drive area, and then secondly, the green infrastructure on 8th Street Park. Those 2 combined cost about $10 million. Then there's a series of air handling systems. So our UG facilities are in dire need of a lot of deferred maintenance, and how we can utilize these dollars is to help with their HVAC system of our aging facilities. So at City Hall and at 3 of our recreation centers. So the recreation centers at Lee, Kensington, and Parkwood facilities will all get funding through this money. On the county side, our courthouse is significantly in need of a lot of deferred maintenance. It's an old building. It's a wonderful historic building, but it does need at least 2.5 million. It probably needs more like $4 or $5 million. But in this proposal here, the committee is submitting 2.5 million for air handling systems to improve that aging facilities HVAC system. And then some more air handling at the public health department, just a little bit there. And then 2.3 million to improve the air handling system in our jail system in order to improve the lives of our the inmates that are, or the offenders that are housed there. The last thing is we have 2 $700,000 amounts for to improve park trails in Wyandotte County Park and then Pearson Park. And so anyway, we have some, at the subcommittee, we actually had a variety of departments come up and talk about each of these projects. I'm not sure we can do that tonight since it's so late, but we did email you this. So the following slides have more detail about all these projects. And I think I'm just gonna, I'm happy to answer any questions, or perhaps someone in the audience, another staff member from Public Works can assist. So one thing I did want to point out is that this is a good slide. We have about a year and a half ago, the Public Works Department brought in consultants from the company Amoresco, and they did a complete assessment of all of our facilities that the UG owns. And it's a very detailed assessment. And what they found was that overall, the facilities at the UG, there's a $91 million deferred maintenance. So of course, there's all that road maintenance that you heard about earlier tonight. Well, there's also a facility liability as well. Now, it's not as bad as it sounds though, because we have been eating away at this maintenance, and certainly this recommendation from the ARPA funds to assist with the HVAC improvements will really go a long way towards lowering that number. So keep going. Yeah, right. In fact, it'll reduce it by 12%. So this is going to be a big help to our long-term, towards reducing our long-term liability on our deferred maintenance for our facilities. So I think I'm just going to leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Markley.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to comment. Obviously, these funds are limited. We can't spend them on whatever we want. We can only spend them on what they're allowed to be spent on. And so I realize when you're looking at this list, it doesn't look particularly sexy. Air handling doesn't seem like a very exciting thing to be spending this funding on, but it is something that we have been deferring year over year because it's not sexy and because this commission hasn't otherwise funded it. And it is something that our facilities desperately need. So it is something that has been prioritized by our facilities department. It was prioritized by this committee as something we desperately need and that we could fund in this way. So I know it's not really exciting. We're not building ivory towers here, but it's stuff that we have to get done and that we can get done without taking the money out of our pocket. So just wanted to acknowledge the fact that this isn't the kind of pretty stuff that maybe we would like to be funding, but it is what is required under the federal guidelines and something that we are in dire need of.
That's a really good point. I just want to add to that a little bit. So the issue is that these projects will have to be done at some point. So we can either pay for them with free federal dollars, or we have to pay them from cash or debt. So, but they have to be done at some point.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Burrows, at-large District 2. Kathleen, I remember in the commission or in our subcommittee, we had a couple of questions, and I believe you talked about a potential reimbursement or to the funds due to, I can't remember if it was FEMA or whoever you were working with to get a $2 million infusion of what would be our reserves after these expenses were set. Could you share with the commission what that is?
Yeah. So way back in August 26th of 2021, you all approved the immediate needs package, right? But since then, we identified a variety of items that were funded with that immediate needs that actually qualify as 100% FEMA reimbursable. So the Public Health Department put together, we're working on application number 2, but we've already put together application number 1 and number 2, and we're waiting, which has submitted that reimbursement request. And we're waiting to get back to hear word on application number 2, but we're anticipating that about if I remember right, it's between 1 million and $1.5 billion in funding that, if FEMA reimburses us, would free up that portion of the immediate needs allocation that was approved in August of last year. In which case then, and that's all on the county side, so.
I do remember that, and I do remember, and thank you for that. The next discussion we had was in reference to the cyber breach that we had, that maybe these funds could be utilized to pay for that cyber breach, because it does deal with the health and safety of our community. I mean, your health records were out there, they were lost, and it was dealt with the safety of our community. So I did ask that we would look into that to see if that was a qualified use. I don't want to stretch it too far, but in the middle of a crisis, when we lose our health information and it's potentially utilized by outside entities, I believe that may warrant at least investigating, see if funds can be used for that for that expense. Have we looked into that at all?
Yeah, so actually we're submitting, I worked with Kevin Bibbs, our Director of Technology, and they are submitting an application through that web portal we just mentioned earlier. Under those guidelines, we have been studying the final rule requirements, and I'm not sure it does qualify, but we're still working on it.
Great. I believe if there's any chance that we can get any additional funding reimbursement from that, we should try while we still have the opportunity to do so. And I would just like to say, Mayor, and this goes back to the prior administration, I know that there was representatives from Bonner Springs and Edwardsville that had a chance to communicate, but they weren't an elected body. The elected bodies from Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, you have commissioners here that represent them. And we weren't, this is the second go around, second tranche. And I'm not condemning the committee or my personal colleagues. I'm just stating that under the prior administration, I had personally requested that we had an elected representative that represents those two districts be on the ARPA funding process, because I truly believe there were voices on the Wyandotte County side of this expense that should have been heard. And not saying they weren't by those that were appointed, but it is a different environment when you're going against a city that's made up of all electeds and you're an administrator or public official that's appointed to the position. And I know that that's very important to Commissioner Stites and myself, because we do represent both of those cities. And thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Bonnie.
I had a wonderful conversation with the city manager of Bonner Springs, and he and I identified about 4 or 5 things that I'm working on. One of them is just to have the public health department go out there and talk about all the programs that they are putting together that were funded by ARPA and how their community can benefit. And there's one area had to do with broadband and a grant that's and so anyway, there's a couple of things in the works that we're trying to help them.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7, and I appreciate that. And I was on the Edwardsville Council at the time that we asked to have somebody represent Edwardsville and Bonner, an elected official, represent Edwardsville at the time, because that's where I was a city councilman. And multiple times we reached out and we weren't granted that spot. I'm glad to hear now that we're reaching out to Bonner and Edwardsville to include them kind of after the fact, but I'm glad that we're reaching out now to include them, because when we're talking about a city allocation and a county allocation, Bonner Springs and Edwardsville are in the county and they should have a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Okay. I'm going to entertain a motion. And this in regard to ordinance and resolution to allocate ARPA funds for various capital facilities and park improvements as recommended by the ARPA subcommittee.
Move to approve as recommended.
Second, Bynum.
I got a motion and I got a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows. The vote is
Aye.
9-0. The motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to item 4. This item was heard by the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee on Monday, May 9th, chaired by Commissioner McKiernan. I asked Commissioner McKiernan to make some remarks before the presentation by Greg Talkin, who is the Director of the Neighborhood Resource Center. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. For the benefit of those who aren't on our committee, and Greg, what I'm going to do is just kind of give a really brief background at a very high level. If I make any mistakes, immediately say no. Okay. But basically, for my fellow commissioners, our building inspectors are guided by a set of regulations that are written and established by a national organization and then applied locally to structures that are built or renovated within our city. The most recent publication of those regulations occurred in 2018, but we are still using the 2012 Code of Regulations.
The only correction there, Commissioners, there is a 2021 version, but we're not proposing those. We're still the 18 to stay consistent with most of them.
Well, we'll say that in the metro area, the most recent adoption for the high majority of the jurisdictions has been the 2018 code. And we're still using the 2012 regulations, and we desire to catch up with the metro. The complicating factor in all of this is that most, if not all, local jurisdictions amend or modify some part of the original code, very often softening a standard or two as they see fit in their local jurisdiction. And that's what's happened in our metro area. My understanding is that very few of the jurisdictions in the metro area are using the unamended 2018 code. Most of them have made some sort of amendments. And so that then leads us to what you brought to our committee. And you brought us 3 options. One is that we could adopt the 2018 regulations with amendments that are proposed by your staff. 2 is we could adopt the 2018 regulations and then stay consistent with the most stringent of all the amendments across all the jurisdictions in the metro area. Or 3rd, we could adopt the unamended 2018 code. And there was much spirited discussion and passion on all sides during that. And you can get into some of the pros and cons of amendment versus no amendment here. But basically for the purpose of the commission, that's the task that came before us, is to decide how we are going to apply the 2018 version of the building codes.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Commission and Mayor, for hearing this tonight. So the only other thing, Commissioner, I just need to note is that we're under the 2012 codes, except we're currently under the 2009 Energy Code still. So we stayed with that with complications last time. So next slide, please. So I just trying to give a little high level on this going back. These new codes are produced every 3 years by ICC. And then of course, there's a couple of national fire protection codes that we adopt. We've kind of tried to get on a 6-year rotation. So every second cycle, that kind of just, that's kind of where the metropolitan area has been the last few years. It used to be that Overland Park would lead everybody every year and do everything, but everybody in the metro has kind of gotten on that 6-year cycle, and this is the next cycle for us anyway. So what we're proposing is the 2018 International Building Code, the International Residential Code, existing building code, mechanical code, energy conservation code, which is where we've had kind of the some differences in that, in the approach of that. The Uniform Plumbing Code, NFPA 70, National Electric Code, International Property Maintenance Code, International Fire Code, and Life Safety Code, also produced by NFPA. Model code is developed and maintained by standards and organizations and independent of the jurisdictions, Commissioner McKiernan stated. We choose to adopt a model code as their own or as our own. This saves us the expense and trouble of developing our own code. We can amend those codes to produce and process to reflect local practices and laws. Local codes are diverse in the extent to which the base model code is amended. Most local amendments are limited to administrative provisions. Engineering provisions are among the least amended. Just commenting on all the set of codes and keep the energy separate. Really, there was never any discussion with any of the other codes. Most of the amendments that are in those codes were driven by administrative changes that pretty much are governed by state law. For example, we can't require fire sprinklers in single family residential. The state exempts it. So we amend that out and have to amend some other stuff back in for some additional protections that used to be in the code. So the International Building Code and the International Resident Code are the biggest in the set and are considered more comprehensive codes, while the rest are considered specialty codes. Notice the notes on the bottom of that. Most of these ICC codes are adopted in almost every state, but different year and versions. Okay, so community benefits and considerations. Updated codes promote safe, resilient, efficient, and cost-effective construction. Current codes protect the building owner's investment, enhance safety, and foster innovation in the marketplace. Consumers, updated codes means lower maintenance costs, such as lower energy and water bills, less mechanical noise, and overall higher quality of life. Current building codes spur innovation and are an incentive for American manufacturers to invest in product development and contribute to the well-being of our community and help control or lower the cost of insurance premiums, provided the insurance industry with a baseline for mitigation risk. The note on the bottom of this is something we've been working through with ISO with our insurance service offices. We get rated every so often, and we are up for our audit. Actually, at the end of last year, they have held off on that audit. They know we're working through the process because we're out of compliance now because we're out of 6 years within having a model code that's outdated currently. So they're holding off. We're currently rated as a 4, which is fairly decent. 8 is the average in Kansas. But if you have 5 or lower, you're eligible for FEMA grants when they're available. Without that, you aren't eligible. And also, this plays into the fact that we get insurance discounts for those that have to have flood insurance in our community with our rating. So if we don't move forward in adoption, there's a chance that our rating could drop a little bit, which may make changes to people's ratings or their insurance premium for flood insurance. Next slide. So how this all started real quick, you know, we kind of started this during the pandemic. We were about a year behind from where we wanted to be, but in an effort for community outreach, at the time we did this, we posted on the UG website for 90 days, May through July of 2021, asking for comments during that period. In order to make everybody aware that that was out there, we had several conversations and sent notices out to different individuals. Our target audience for public outreach included the design community, contractors, property owners, and community members. It was discussed in livable neighborhoods on several occasions. Correspondences was sent out to neighborhood groups, designers, and contractors we had on our records asking for comments. Everybody that provided comments, we reached out to for the most part. There was some comments that were provided that really, there was quite a few that were irrelevant to the code. A lot of them had to do with workplace safety and things like OSHA deals with, and that's not what the code's about. There was 2 main entities that had an interest in this, and we did sit down and meet with both of those, and one was the Kansas City Home Builders Association, and the other one was Metropolitan Energy, which both I think are here tonight and will have their comments. So as Commissioner McKinnon stated, it came down to the International Residential Code concerns with increased costs versus benefits of some of the changes, energy code provisions. And also a lot of the driving force for the update I would need to mention here is that design professionals commented quite frequently in our request for information to update our standards because they wanted us in line with the local other jurisdictions, but also they want to use new technologies that are introduced in the code and they don't want to have to go backwards. So this assists when working in multiple jurisdictions too. So back to the energy conservation provisions. Concerns of adopting the energy code with amendments reduce some of the requirements. There's a growing push for increase in energy conservation throughout the world or throughout the US. Can be a significant upfront construction cost for many of the new energy codes. Proposing some amendments in line with other jurisdictions in the metro area to balance construction costs versus energy compensation. Our whole approach in all of this was trying to be as consistent as we could across the metropolitan area. It's easier to enforce. It's easier for designers and contractors to design and build if we're similar. It's easier to educate our contractors. It's easier to educate our own staff, mainly because the education's available across the metro because we're all under the same standard. Example, Johnson County contractor licensing provides two trainings each year. We're able to send our staff to those because we're all kind of consistent on these codes. And it's also easier to enforce because you have contractors working between different jurisdictions that come from all over, from other cities around here. And if you're similar in nature, it's much easier to enforce because they already know what they need to do for the most part. As you see here, as was stated earlier, a majority of the metro area, they're under the 2018, that says International Building Code, but also the 2018 International Residential Code. I did also put a column for the Energy Conservation Code because you will see a few of those jurisdictions like Lenexa, they stayed with the 2012 Energy Code in their adoption, and so did Kansas City, Missouri. Now, I'll talk a little bit about Kansas City, Missouri in a second, but for now, I'll bypass that. The only jurisdictions in the metro area that have adopted the 2021 is Gladstone, Missouri. I will comment for their community, they have little to no residential permits. So their adoption don't affect part of what we're concerned about. Next slide. So met with the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee 4 different occasions. First one was for information only. Each sequential one was to help provide additional information that come up in those meetings. And then on May 9th, the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee approved option B, passed on a vote to 5-1. So the concerns that come out of the standing committee, it was all around amendments in the IRC. The energy provisions that are in the IRC, it affects the construction of 1 and 2 family dwellings 3 stories or less. The original proposal from staff was an effort to be in line with the majority metro jurisdictions. Concerns were that the proposed amendments weaken the energy provisions. In turn, would result in a higher energy cost for new owners versus less restrictive energy requirements, providing the benefit of lower cost of the home purchase. No options for standing committee commission to consider outside of staff's original recommendation. So 3 options were provided for consideration. Requested to provide an estimate of increased cost in meeting energy code requirements. Cost estimate information was provided by HBA and the Metropolitan Energy Center. Concerns, we will fall behind. We are currently trying to adopt similar requirements in the majority of the jurisdictions, so we do not feel like we are falling behind. Comparison to other jurisdictions like Columbia, Missouri occurred. Staff efforts here, once again, are similar to majority of the KC metro area jurisdictions. And the other note is that Columbia, Missouri is a full-fledged college town, so their market's completely different. So pros and cons between more energy efficiency and less. Lower energy efficiency requirements, lower consumer home purchase price, but higher utility bills. Higher energy efficiency requirements gives you a higher consumer home purchase price, but lower utility bills. So here's where it gets a little bit technical, but this is where the 3 options come into play. This was staff's recommendation originally and still is basically staff's recommendation, but we understand this is not our decision, this is yours. So option A is similar to what option B is. So option A we amended to allow R13 into the wall cavities for insulation. We amended the building leakage rate to 5 air changes, and there was always a question of whether we required blower door testing and duct testing, and we didn't amend any of those sections in the code, except we did put a provision in there under the building officials authority on a couple of reasons for that, but we didn't amend basically the intent of the code. We did delete a section out requiring rooms to be constructed around contained fuel burning appliances. Once again, we deleted that. And then we did amend the allowance of building cavities to be used for basically return air. These are within the thermal envelope and they're not exterior walls. They are required to be sealed. So it does not bring any of the environmental air outside of those ducts. Then we also amended the table for the energy rating index to 80. Next slide. So option B is the same as option A once again, except we amended the insulation in the cavity to R15. R15, I believe, is kind of new to the market, but it still allows you to construct a 2x4 wall. You don't have to do major construction changes. The same with R13, different from what you have to do if you do with the full code. The only other change here is we amended the ERI to the 75. So option C was to basically have no amendments, adopt the code as wrote. I want to note that on the commercial side of the energy provisions, we adopted as it was wrote. We only did these smaller amendments on the residential because we felt it was a drastic change and we're concerned that it could have impacts on our building community on the residential side. So on the cost that was requested, Commissioner Burrows requested if we could come up with some information. So information that provided from Kansas City Home Builders Association through one of their local builders. So this is 2 slides that will have to be continued, but you can see option A, B, and C, and it's all of those provisions we talked about where A has very little cost, B has more cost, and C. So I'm going to jump right to the next slide if we could. And you can see at the end, so option A, we are increasing some requirements in the energy code from what we currently have. It does have by the builder an additional $900 cost for some testing. And option B, where we change the insulation from R13 to R15 and change the energy rating index, they're stating that there's an impact of $9,000 for option B. And this, I want to say, this builder builds about a 2,100 square foot home, usually a ranch style, but does have a finished basement usually. So, and then option C, which is just the full-fledged standard, they've estimated 16 to 20,000 for those additional costs. Next slide. So this is another one from HBA. This was put out in 2019 when most of the other jurisdictions were going through the process of getting started of the adoption. It's about a 2,400 square foot home. And through for the adoption of the 2018 without amendments, they estimated about $11,500. Now, that's 2019 data. We all know what's happened to the market, the supply chain, and everything else what happens to pricing. This was not adjusted for any of that. So we might consider that value is probably higher. So information received from Metropolitan Energy Center, their estimated incremental costs that's circled there is what they've estimated the additional costs are. So the true cost of all of this lies somewhere in between all of those values. This is a chart that actually you don't get to enjoy the pretty color coding that Commissioner McKiernan did on this. He took my chart and he really made it usable to somebody that could look at the colors immediately. But so the top line is what the 2018 energy provisions are without any amendments. And so you can see where the wall wood framing wall of that is either an R20 or R13+5, which is basically a R13 constructed wall as it was, but then you have to add some type of thermal insulation on the outside underneath the siding to meet that requirement. If you're doing the R20, you basically have to reconstruct, use different practices, 2x6 walls for the walls, making major changes in expense. And then, and also then you can look at what we're currently under. You can see that we're making major changes even in option A. So the R13 is the only thing that stays the same as well. And then there's the new ERI, but ERI never come into play with what we're currently under. That's just an ability to do another method by using a consultant. And then option B, as Commissioner McKiernan alluded to, is a little bit more stringent, putting the R15 in the walls, still getting some efficiency, and then moving the baseline to 75 on the ERI. Option C is full-fledged across the board. If you look at all the colors, you see the green, you see the consistencies across the metro, and that was our intent. Also, through this process, the statement that we're going to fall behind from concerns from the community, once again, most of the other jurisdictions that are at 2018 other than Kansas City, Missouri, that is currently looking at adopting the 2021 Energy Code only. They're not going to adopt their other codes. There's supposedly something proposed to their governing body or one of their committees right now that they're going through that. And Gladstone, Missouri, no other jurisdiction up there is considering going to the 2021. At one point, Prairie Village and Overland Park, I believe, were two that were looking at it, but they're waiting for the 2024, which will be something we will look at too, trying to stay consistent. Okay. To wrap up comments, all options provided additional efficiencies over what we currently have adopted. Cost estimates requested by the Commissioner Bureaus were provided. Once again, we reached out to the Home Builders Association and Metropolitan Energy Center. Options A, B, and C provided to standing committee and the governing body. Once again, the 5-1, they chose option B. Columbia, Missouri, we didn't feel like it was a good reference to compare to. And one other concern that we have, at least at this point, is the staffing ability to implement and enforce a major energy provision change might be of concern, just as the items I stated earlier, harder to enforce. Our staffing levels are kind of low right now, but we've got them posted and hopefully we'll get them filled, but it just would put additional burden on staff. And then those are the same options that are in the previous slide. Okay. So if we are able to move this forward upon approval by the governing body and the proposed timeline of implementation, our thoughts are is that the new codes or old codes would be allowed to be used for a period of 180 days after the approval of the governing body and the required publications are met. If a project has already been submitted for review, it will be allowed to stay with the code set originally submitted under. If the project becomes stagnant for a period of requiring resubmittal, then the new project may have to be submitted under the new codes in the place at the time of resubmittal. But here is we're going to allow both codes for about 6 months to be submitted under, because some people are already in the process of design. But we also have those architects and engineers that are asking us every day to use the new standards. So they would have that option for 6 months. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? I believe there is. We got Commissioner Kane.
So staff is recommending C.
Staff is actually recommending option A.
Well, how did I miss that?
Option C is no amendments. We're not recommending that. We're concerned that that would put a burden and may have an impact on the number of houses that are being built in our community, but also we think it's too big of a jump from where we're at right now. We don't disagree that over time we got to get there because we know energy is an issue, but I know a lot of the issues that the commission hears about people's energy bills, and you've talked about BPU bills tonight. I think you're probably hearing the majority from those people that own houses downtown where they're 80 years old and have no insulation in the walls and ceilings. And their bill is only the small portion of the electric bill goes towards heating and cooling. But staff recommends option A. We think option B is the next best option.
I must have missed some of your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner McCary.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said during our standing committee meeting, I understand both sides. I understand the trade-off between the higher upfront cost and the lower energy costs over time, but the lower upfront costs and potentially higher energy costs over time. I get the trade-off and I choose to meet in the middle. And so I voted for, and I am still in favor of option B, so that we meet the most stringent requirements currently in place across the metro area. And to try to strike an uneasy balance between not putting too much burden up front, but also not realizing as much energy savings on the backside. I would agree with you that from my perception, the issues that we're hearing about are not coming from homes that have been newly constructed in the past several years. Where we're really hearing from is people who are living in homes that are the age of the home I'm living in or older than that. And I think if we really want to do something, it'll be outside of this process. It'll be coming up with a plan and coming up with the funding to help make incremental energy saving improvements to those older homes so that those homeowners and renters and occupants will really recognize a significant difference in their utility bills compared to what they've been paying with an older home that didn't meet any of these standards even remotely. So I'm going to be in favor of option B, as I was at standing committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. I, at standing committee, also voted B, but I will tell you after a lot more research and really thinking about this, and I knew it was going to come before us again, I am leaning towards C, and I will tell you why. Greg, you said that eventually we got to get to C. I mean, we got to get there, right? Let's get there. I mean, if we're going to try to impact, it's going to be tougher for folks to get in on the front end of a house. Houses are high right now already, and we don't have houses in our community right now that are up for sale. When they go up for sale, they're sold. So if we're going to make that change and we're going to be the quality housing that sets us apart from others, I think we just do it and get there now and not string it out over the next, however long it takes us to get there. So I am in favor of option C.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I voted against this, which brought it before the body. And Commissioner Stites succinctly put it, codes do not determine the prices of homes. The market does. Under the 2012 codes, we saw the market bear out ridiculous prices, even with outdated codes available. So the question becomes, who is benefiting here, right? I see where developers and where builders are benefiting, and I think that's great. However, I'm concerned for our residents. We just all sat up here and said, we want to provide some sort of utility relief. In my eyes, this is being preventative. It's building in a way that is more energy efficient. It's not just energy efficiency that's my concern. It's my concern for health. It's my concern for the environment. It's my concern for us being consistent in our values. What's to say that 3 years from now, the new code comes out and we say, let's adopt it, but let's keep amending it. Let's adopt it, but let's keep amending it. At what point do we make the decision to lead in the metro as opposed to following in the metro? Builders will build where it's profitable. They won't just build where the codes are. If they can sell the home, they will build it and they will recoup the cost through what the market bears. Codes do not determine that, the market does. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The same with Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Stites, you succinctly said it. This is energy efficiency. All around us our sister cities and municipalities around us are leaps ahead of us in that area of energy efficiency, clean energy, and we're just chugging along as slowly as we can. And so I think we should just do option C, get the codes where it should be. And I hope developers don't leave. That shouldn't be a turnoff for you to be a part of this community and to build in this community. That should be more an incentive because that means we cherish our constituents who want energy efficiency, who want lower utility bills. We keep talking about BPU, pilot and whatnot. And Commissioner Davis said it perfectly. Preventive is also being proactive for our community. And so I support option C.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Burrows, at large District 2. I had staff run the size of a home with the options that we heard in committee, just to give the opportunity for us to see the additional cost of adding more energy efficiency. I too am supportive of more energy efficiency. I mean, my home's 20 years old and I'm looking at new appliances now because just 20 years ago, the efficiency of the appliances are so much greater today than they were even back then. And that's the only reason why I think option B is even there, is because of the discussion we had in committee. And I wanted those dollars to be reflected in what it would take to move on up to the higher efficiency if we couldn't agree on A or C, which was B at the time, I think. And so now C is B and B is A. And anyway, that's just more confusion for my body, friends.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you. Greg, I have a question on the chart on the this one. It says total additional estimated cost to consumer. So do we mean total additional cost to build? Or do we mean total additional cost the consumer will pay? Because
Total
I'm not
additional
sure.
cost the consumer will pay, because in that chart, the builder put on profit and overhead at the
So
bottom.
this chart includes the
Yeah.
profit and the overhead.
Yes.
What I'm concerned about with the 20 grand higher amount for option C is all of our nonprofit builders here that are trying to provide an affordable housing product that is so desperately needed in this community. And as much as we hear about energy efficiency and high utility bills, I would say we equally or more hear from this community that, and I'm not directing my comments at you. I'm directing them at everyone, but as much as we hear that, my guess is we hear that plus around the topic of affordable housing. And so it concerns me that we would adopt a building code that potentially adds 20 grand to the price of a house. And I'm hearing my fellow commissioners say it's the market that drives that, but my community is asking for affordable housing. And so how does a CHWC or a Habitat or any of the other Chodos or community housing builders offer that when they have to add 20 grand to the price tag? So I don't know. I'm just asking for clarity, really. And I'm just bringing up a concern in this community, which is lack of affordable product.
Commissioner, if I may state something to that fact, and I don't know, CHWC did speak at the last meeting, and they did have concerns. So community housing did speak. They testified last time, and they had concerns of the increased energy requirements.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Markley?
Thanks, Mayor. I have mixed feelings because obviously everybody wants to be, everybody's nodding, yeah. Everybody wants to be more energy efficient, but I think we need to be clear about the impact that could have, because one thing Commissioner Stites mentioned, which I think we're seeing across all of our districts, is that we don't have the housing stock for the number of people that would like to live here. So they're going out to find a house and there isn't a house for them. And if you're, Bob, the small time home builder, which is what most of the home builders are that are building houses in our area, and you've gone to an architect and you had them draw up your sort of template plan, and you're going around the metro area building your template house. And you don't really want to go back to the architect and your engineer and have them redraw your plans over and over. You're just taking that template and you're building in every jurisdiction. and our jurisdiction is an outlier, guess what? Bob's not going to build his house here because he's going to have to spend more money, not just on the house, but on the architect and engineer to redo his template. So he's just going to build 3 houses in another jurisdiction where the template house fits without making any changes. I should mention my architecture firm does not do single family housing. So there's no conflict here, no single family housing, but there, you know, I could see the same thing happening to a business, but we don't do that kind of work at all. No single family. So I'm just saying that that's the attitude that these builders are going to have, because it's not only going to cost them more to build the house, it's going to cost them more to make their little prototype house fit what we're doing in our jurisdiction. Is that a terrible thing? I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe we would just rather have fewer houses that are of higher quality, but it is going to have an impact in how many people come here to build, particularly when the majority of our builders are probably in that smaller time category where they're building onesie twosies. They're not building 20 houses at a time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kane.
Mr. Talkins, sir. So we realize we need to get to C. Is that what you're saying?
We need to continue to work towards increasing our. energy
That's just like a
requirements
yes or
over
no
time.
question. I don't, boy. Oh, I love you, brother. But here's the deal. I would rather buy a more energy efficient house, pay a little more, because in the long run, you're going to save the money. You know, my house 17 years old, and I had the biggest AC unit you ever saw in your life. And the one I got now is half the size. I would think that we want to get to C now and move on. I mean, and I know houses, and we don't have as many houses on the market as we should. But I also don't, you buy cheap windows, you get cheap windows. You buy cheap carpet, you get cheap carpet. And that's why when you're building a house, you're going to upgrade anyway. So I think more people that were going to build a house would be more apt to upgrade right out of the gate. So I like C.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stike.
Commissioner Stites, District 7 again. I look at it now a little bit different of maybe it attracts people to come to our community because they say, look, they're building energy efficient homes. They're on the cutting edge. They're moving forward. They're not stuck in the old code. And if Bob goes and builds over in whatever community you were talking about, well, let Bob go build subpar housing. Let's continue to build, let's be the trendsetters. Let's do something that we ultimately have to get to option C. So let's just get to option C and pull the Band-Aid off right off the bat and be done with it. I make a motion to adopt option C.
Well, unfortunately, I hear all these options that are floating around there, but looking at what has been proposed, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Talkin, I believe that you brought this forward proposing your recommendation for consideration by this commission, correct?
Well, staff's recommendation was option A all along, but they passed option B in the standing committee meeting.
Well, I'm just looking at the ordinance itself, and maybe Chief Legal can weigh in on this. I'm just not seeing anything that really predicates allowing for all these different options. That's where I'm going.
In the attachments, it's in the agenda item in the clerk management. There's 3 different ordinances drafted up for 3 different options on the IRC. They're all in there. Whatever option's chosen would be the one that would be pulled out.
I had a motion on the floor. What was that motion for?
For C.
For C? Okay. Yeah. Just- Just for clarity, before we proceed, can you pull those options back up for us?
Yeah.
It'd be like slide 7, I think.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Z Bishop. I am with the UG Legal Department, and I hope to provide a little bit of clarity here. The codes that Mr. Talkin has brought forward, there are actually 10 separate codes. And can we get to the list of those codes? I believe it's right at the very beginning. Keep going. Okay, right there. So these are the codes that we are actually talking about. Now, the vast majority of these codes were proposed by staff and received very little, if any, commentary. Did you get any commentary on anything except for the energy code?
Originally.
Okay.
Nothing came up during
Okay, so all of the issues that were brought to the standing committee for conversation were coming out of the energy code. And so what staff is proposing here is adoption of all of the codes except for the energy code as they have been proposed. And I believe you should have those in your packet. The only code that we are talking about, options A, B, and C, is the energy code. And you do have all 3 of those options in your packet. And if we can get to the slide that shows the 3 different options, A, B, and C, I think that that will help keep going. Where do you want it to stop?
So if I can clarify one point. So the energy portion that we're talking about here is not, it's in the IRC. It's not actually in the energy code that we're adopting. The IRC is a standalone document that you can build a single family home from and not have to go through any of the other codes. It puts the electrical, plumbing, mechanical, all trying to simplify. So we didn't make any amendments in the regular energy code on the commercial side. It's the IRC that we gave the options on.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So let's keep going because this is actually just the costs and what I want to get to. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. Is this a good slide to show the 3 options?
Yes. So as option A, basically what we're changing here is the allow an R13 to be in the walls instead of the R15 plus 3 or R20. And we're changing the energy rating index to 80. The rest of the requirements are pretty much the same as the standard we're adopting, but option A and B also deleted requirement for a separate room for combustion burning appliances. And it changed the air exchange rate to 5. And trying to remember, there's one other. And allow us to use the internal cavities of walls on the internal walls for return air ducts.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time. I mean, the opportunity to speak. I feel the same way I felt a little earlier in terms of capacity to make a very informed decision on a matter that has been thoroughly explained, but I'm not sure Greg, that I'm in a position to make the best decision that I could feel comfortable with. Now, I know we have a motion in a second, but I just have to say, it's very difficult to make these are very important decisions when the agenda drags on so late. I would prefer to vote on this some other time, but I just feel the need to put that on the record, and I'll vote accordingly if it's put before us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rare.
Point of clarification. What are we voting on right now?
Well, just let me weigh in on this. There is some confusion, especially talking with our chief legal counsel. We're going to take a 5-minute recess and come back to get some clarity. So 5 minutes, we will re-adjourn in 5 minutes.
Or 4,000, sorry. I sure did. Those options, we just have 20,000 without our estimate, and that's fine.
It's the one you're seeing.
Yeah, you could, you might have read the 4,000.
I did say. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you looking for something? Oh, I'm so okay. All right. Well, because that's the way Builder gave it to me.
One builder.
Yeah.
Go to multiple.
No, it's just one builder. And because of that,
Did they provide? They wanted. They only have one builder. Yeah, I just, the option A, B, and C, those ones, I also have one.
well, you got the 4.
Yeah.
But I did put that in your slide. that you
Yes,
gave
sir.
me.
I
I
can put
provided
it in
a slide.
there. Yeah, I think if you look back, there's one you never actually said before you just said, I'm sorry.
I promise you.
I'll go back in.
No, I'm serious.
So maybe I misunderstood.
But I am curious if you guys are gonna have questions.
I know, I don't know that as well. And no, thank you so much. I know
It's their decision, right? Whatever they make the decision.
yeah, I just, and I, on that table too, is always that is the year.
2020. But they're not adopting the 2021.
Yeah, but you really just have to go from a heavy.
We would once again, they may provide different direction, but I would once again partner with all the jurisdictions like I did last time. And try to be similar. Or maybe take it a little bit.
Thank you again for everything. I just, yeah, I just was like, that 400, it's always that 20 from. So, and we actually confirmed it with several. They said before, and you're right, it probably lies in between 4 and 20, but just that, the council members are saying 20 and no correction is made from your staff, that was from. So if you could make that correction, say. Because if you say 20, no one seems to say one builder, we also got it. If you could do that, that would be great.
I really thought they had to.
All right, I'm going to bring us back to order and we're going to reconvene. I know Commissioner Johnson has a question, but before we do that, I believe Commissioner Stites had a question. Commissioner Stites Okay, well, there's a motion, then I'm gonna turn this over to legal for a response.
Thank you, Mayor Misty Brown, Chief Counsel for the Unified Government. I realize we do have a motion and a second on the floor to approve option C, but when this motion was made, and I'm going through my packet here, I see we have 10 separate ordinances within here amending 10 sections of the code, but I can't specifically see which part of what is option C and is being approved. So in order to, this item would require 10 separate votes on each individual ordinance, but also in order for the commission to approve it, you would need to have before you the proposed ordinance showing the proposed changes. I don't have that, and I don't believe the commission does. It's my understanding it is in Civic Clerk, Greg, but I don't have that before me, and I'm not sure that the commission does either. So because of that and the 10 separate individual actions, my recommendation would be to table the matter for now and bring it back in 30 days for the vote. And I know nobody wants to hear that, but that would be my recommendation because it's very unclear as to what we're passing at this time.
So moved, Mayor,
Okay,
with the
well,
substitute motion.
okay, I've got a motion and a second for, I believe it was C, but then now I have a substitute motion to,
Table this vote.
thank you,
For
to
30
table this
days.
vote. So I've got a motion to basically table this, so do I have a
30
second?
days.
For
Second.
30 days. All right, I got a motion and a second to table this for 30 days. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley, Stites.
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. This takes us to the administrator's agenda. Our only item is an ordinance directing the chief counsel to commence legal proceedings to acquire property relating to the Armadale Pump Station. I ask James Bain, Assistant Legal Counsel, to present this item.
Good evening, Commission, Mayor, James Bain, Unified Government Legal Department. The ordinance before you allows the legal department to begin eminent domain proceedings on the Armadale Industrial District Pump Station project. We are down to two parts of two properties that need to be acquired potentially through eminent domain. They are owned by Kansas City Southern Railroad and 402 Central Avenue. Of course, we will continue to be in negotiation to acquire the properties without court involvement, but this starts the clock 45 to 60 days before we can acquire the property if we do need to go to court. And so this action begins that clock. Joe Barnes is here with Water Pollution Control to answer any questions you have about the specific project, but the ordinance will allow us to file a petition in court and begin that property acquisition process.
Thank you. We have questions, Commissioner Bynum?
Mayor, I don't have a question. I have a motion to approve the ordinance directing council to commence legal proceedings.
Markley, second.
Okay. Just for clarity for the public that may not know, what, we're talking eminent domain. Can you just briefly, quickly, what is the value and the importance of this for the unified government?
Well, so eminent domain brings appraisers, independent appraisers in, which appraise the property that the government needs for public works projects and necessary public works projects, which a pump station would fall into that category. And so 3 independent appraisers come forward and value the property that we are acquiring. The property owner still has ability to appeal that valuation, but the important thing for us and for the public is a fair value is determined that the government must pay to acquire the property that is needed for critical public works projects like this.
I get that, just for the everyday folks, it might, we need a pump station in Armordale.
Yeah, and I don't know, Joe, if you want to, I don't know all the ins and outs of what pump station does, but.
Joe Barnes, Water Pollution Control. So we've got an existing about 60-year-old pump station down by Central Avenue Bridge and I-70 in the Kansas River. We've had 2 recent failures on it over the past 18 months. It's time to rehab the station. Consent decree requires us to expand the pump station to further capacity to eliminate overflows. So we've got into contract, we've got it started to design, we've got a contractor on board. We're trying to fast track this so that we don't have an additional failure of the pump station. And we've retained Oric and S-Grind to help us negotiate with those property owners. So we're working with those people now. We're making them offers, but we're starting the proceedings so that if we can't reach a good valuation with them and they don't like it, that we can keep the project moving. So we're not delayed years and then we have a failing pump station that's just discharging sewers to the river.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
This concludes the regular portion of our meeting. Okay. Again, that concludes the regular portion of our meeting. I'm going to adjourn this meeting in that particular capacity. And I'm going to call us back to the Land Bank Board of Trustees, which this unified government consists of, all the commissioners and myself. Do any members of the commissioner or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the Land Bank consent agenda? That's before you.
Second.
All right. I got a motion and a second. There's nothing that has been brought to be set aside. Is there with this motion and the second, is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
That concludes this meeting. I will make I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Markley.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. And clerk, give us the roll call, please.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 8-1. That motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes our meeting. We are officially adjourned.